Good morning. All the dough has been given out. Thank you all for being here so fast. Just a 20,000 golden coin with the 10,000 and my Geiler or Guler for the 5,000. Everybody else got the 4,000 if you were active right after the bot went on. And if you didn't say anything, you still got 1,000. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you had to have said something to get that too. I don't know how that works. Great Thursday so far. Friday, Mark Clover, Mr. Wild Bill, welcome also. Oh, it's chilly in here. Got all the cats taken care of except for the ones outside. I moved the camera a little bit, as you can see. You can see the blinds and the tripod a little bit in the reflection, but it allows us to see a little bit more to the right. So we can tell if they're going into the house a little easier. Cheers, y'all. Got this Jack hair still. Jack, baby. By the way, I guess my Geiler is getting some fairly cheap weed out there. This seems Ms. Bungle. He posted a picture yesterday in the in the weed channel for even cheaper. $50 for an ounce, she said she was getting that. I don't know if it's as good though. I don't know if it's as good as this one. I don't know if her 50 is as good as this. I'd have to have them both side by side. I'd have to try both of them. But both of y'all are getting some pretty good prices out there. Dude, that's still better than I can get it for. Right? An ounce for 80? Is that what it was? $90, yeah, $90 for an ounce. Like, I can't find that here. I don't think so. And then I see that 5 gram jar you posted too. I didn't see these till this morning when I got up. Yeah, that's pretty. If it's mids, if it's the same as this, pretty much, that's a damn good deal for both of y'all. California is, oh man, we pay them for the weather and the women, the hot women and the weather. Well, and we do have the best weed in the world though too. So, like, your highest end weed in Michigan or anywhere else for that matter, isn't going to be as good as the highest end weed here. More like, if it is, it's going to be really expensive out there, I think. Like, I don't know. I've been around a little bit and I've tried weed in other places. Colorado being the main place, and their weed didn't compare. It's too dry. It's too dry there. The humidity's too low. So no matter where you get your weed from in Colorado, it's always super brittle, dried out. Yeah, see, they stopped all that, dude. Eventually, they're gonna stop that where you're at. Because we used to have that kind of stuff. We used to get our weed and in these like pop top pill. They weren't even child safety. You just pop them boop, by squeezing. And if you collected like 10 of those, we could take them to the clinic and get like a free gram or something. They did away with all that once everything got super regulated. In the beginning, they start off not very regulated in most states. And then they learn that they can make more money off regulating it. Because then, see, then it's state mandated that you have your weed tested at a laboratory to make sure it doesn't have any pesticides, herbicides. Looking at You gotta look at the THC content and the CBD, the terpene profile, all that. They start trying to say you got to do to be legitimate. Eventually, it'll probably come out there too, because you know what they say. The rest of the country follows what California does. He's got to cheat was enacted legislation to drop cannabis prices of fruits in the black market. Yeah, the black market. Uh, I don't know, man. Personally, I wouldn't buy weed off the black market nowadays because I want it tested. I want to know that it doesn't have any bad chemicals, traces of herbicides or pesticides, or maybe even a solvent. If it's a solvent extract like a BHO or a PHO. PHO is they use propane, um, or ISO, or they use isopropylene, isopropyl alcohol. I mean, um, and with the rosin, I'm always going to want to know if it's got any herbicides or pesticides in it because it's a concentrate. I want that for all concentrate. If your concentrates are being tested for herbicides and pesticides, whether it be black market or clinic, I wouldn't trust it, dude. You don't know what the hell you're inhaling. And max potency. See, potency matters less to me than knowing that it isn't tainted. What the long-term effects are of some of this shit. And some terpenes, even once they're burned, turn into carcinogens. So some terpenes you don't even want to burn. You want to keep below combustion level. Just vape them. So it's good to know the terpene profile. And this is I'm especially speaking for concentrates here, because once you start, like, God didn't intend that shit to be concentrated, so we got to be very careful with it. So it's somewhat uncharted territory when it comes to concentrates and long-term side effects. Burgers go through all the loopholes to sell this food, and they won't buy it. So burgers go to the huge stock they can't get rid of. What problem is that? I mean, it sounds like a personal problem. If they don't have a buyer for their shit before they grow it, then what are they thinking? I had a roommate that, or not a roommate, he lived down the hall from me or whatever, my old apartments, and this dude grew a bunch. His apartment reeked. Smelled like cat piss too, though, because he had cats that weren't fixed, and it was just nasty. He ends up trying to sell his weed to these places. It smelled really good, but it was shit weed. He couldn't sell it to anybody, dude. It ruined him, dude, because he put all his money and time into it, and he went downhill after that. What are you expecting? Like, So many people out there that already have the capability and expertise to grow really good weed. They kind of getting a little late to the game. Wow. Like for the most part, clinics, dispensaries, whatever you want to call them, they have the best growers already, dude. They're the ones that decided, hey man, I'm really good at growing weed. Let's get into this shit. Let's get a business. They're already doing it, most of them. They're already doing it legit. A lot of growers, they find out that a state is close to becoming legal or recreational. I mean, yeah, recreational or medical. They'll move there preemptively. Like people will come from out of state that are already really good at the craft because they know that they can move there and instantly start making bank. But somebody like me who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, I probably couldn't even grow stuff this good. Mushrooms, on the other hand, now those are really easy to grow. They pretty much grow themselves. That I could do. Like if we went legal mushrooms here, I could like get into doing that. I mean, pretty much anybody can do that though. I ate some while I was growing them. You flushed your mushrooms? Bro. Dude, I had someone wander across my stash. It was the tranny chick. That night that I got with the tranny and we were rolling. We actually did MDMA, MDA, so two different, so they're not neurotoxic multipliers, and mushrooms, right? A lot. Lemon tech mushrooms. So that night I was pretty like, wow. And I had them in the other room. And I had to go in there to spray them to mist them. And like, she saw him. She saw him. And man, once I realized it was a dude, I started panicking a little bit. Like, fuck! Because they weren't legal, dude. Not only were they not legal, I was on fucking probation. So, like, I had an officer and everything, and I'm like, what the fuck's about to happen? I can't, like, I did, it might have limited my freaking out on her a little bit, knowing that, like, I was in a pickle right now. If she all of a sudden was like, hey, that's not allowed, you know what I mean? Like, so, I was really cool on that ride home, taking her back to her place. Like, yeah, we didn't talk actually at all. It was just like a very, very silent, awkward ride all the way back to her place, which is like 30 minutes away. Oh my god. His place. I don't know what to call him. Hey, psst, no. She just knocked over my modem, dude. My router, one of them. All right, it's my time. 7:30. I'm gonna go out there and do this. Hey. I had a lot too, dude. I had a lot going at that time. Because I had PF Tech in the jars, and then I had bulk substrates, and then I had some bags that were doing their thing, like big ass, like big bags that were inoculating. Like there was the fungus was taking over the bag, and then you take that and you mix it with a substrate so that it can obtain water from the substrate while it's eating the I might be misnaming things. It's been a long time. Well, it's been pretty long, but the spawn, the grain spawn, yeah, the spawn. You let that inoculator get full of fungus, and you mix that with substrate, so it makes it go further. And you can kind of like, dude, you can make so much of the grain spawn go far. Like if you have a bunch of it, you can, depending on how aggressive your mushroom is, you can just use a little bit of it with some substrate, and you got a whole big old thing of it before you know it. And dude, that's pretty much the way to go. The beginner way is the jars, though. PF Tech, look into it. Anybody can do it. Some people even do the Uncle Ben's rice packet method, where you just, dude, I guess you just inoculate a rice packet, an instant rice packet. I've never tried that way. Might not be. Well, yeah. If it's in that pouch, it must be instant. Right back. Thank you, whoever you are. D Live, thanks, man. Was that a D Live? A D Live follow? No, it wasn't. What was that? Was that Twitch? Was that Twitch? Hold on, let me see. It was. Wait. Oh no, that was here as a subscriber. Hey man, thanks man. Sorry, we're not ending. I'm just a little blind apparently. Right back. Cats. No, my throat was hurting. Remember these? These were an elementary schooler's way of eating candy during class. I got them last year when I had COVID, though. Yo, you remember how many different kinds of cough drops I had back then? I think I had like 6 different kinds. Like 2 or 3 different flavors of Ludens, a Sucrets, a Mucinex, and one more. I was desperate, dude. My throat was ravished. I felt like I was dying from throat pain somehow. That was the worst part about COVID, was how much it made my throat hurt. I had never even heard that that was a thing with it. That's why it was so confusing that I had COVID, because that was the first symptom, was my throat felt a little scratchy. And then, like, things kind of went away. And then they came back even worse somehow, like, all of a sudden. My chest started doing that weird sharp pain. Um, COVID's weird. I really thought I was hallucinating, and when I was trying to sleep at night too. It's kind of sad not seeing the cats. Like, Mama hadn't been here in like 2 or 3 days. Yeah, dude. It was way different than any sickness I'd ever had. I remember telling people that I felt like I was on like a spiritual experience. I was, whatever variant I had, whoever has that variant, and with the same immune response as I had, it was like I was on some sort of spirit quest or something in the spirit realm. Um, like, oftentimes being sick will make me feel like I'm high a little bit in a psychedelic type of way. And I think that's how psychedelics like mushrooms, especially like DMT, people relate DMT to feeling like they're dying. Well, a lot of people feel like they're dying when they're sick. And it's coming back from that and having life left. It's that helps to get rid of depression, self-pity. As Luden is helping that that bowl I smoked. Yeah, the Ludens help dramatically. There's one of them. That's cool. Science. These two are acting crazy this morning, early. So this Simon must be feeling a little bit better from those fish oils. And I think we're at day 8 now of him having the fish oil. I have to squirt it in his mouth. It's The whole thing. And this morning he kind of coughed a little bit after I did it. But he won't eat it in the food, so. Oh. Kitty's name? Well, I should post a picture of what I got on the weed channel. I took a picture of the weed. I don't. I bought one thing, I think. And the. There she is. We got the two Z-Wees first. She's gonna skip both of them, probably. Bummer. Now this time, since I've seen that she always eats the baby food, I've added the fish oil and a probiotic powder, which should be good for pregnant cat probiotics. Under my feet. Let me make sure. Gotta make. Oh no! Oh no! I gave her. Wait, which one did I give her? Oh no! Some probiotics might be okay for pregnant cats. What? Can you two fucking knock it off right now? Jesus Christ! Well, it's too late now because she's eating the fuck out of that one. At least that or not. But that not easy. A lot of different. It's like it's just immune system problems or animals that are severely dehydrated or vomiting. She should be alright regardless. If nothing else. She hasn't even eaten it yet though, so we're good. Okay, the bacteria contained in proviable are the same strains already found in the intestinal tract. I think that makes it okay then. And there's also a pump of the fish oil in that baby. She's eating that one too. It's the one on the left. Got one nice one. Oh, no, never mind. Nope, nope. Willie, maybe. Back to the fancy feast. Okay. Trying new things. He's about to burst, though. Hey, Ted, did you check your dough yet? Set you back to 0, man. Now you're prestiged. You got a crown, man, because you got the most hours. I forgot to switch it. I didn't realize Spec still had the crown next to his name. I should put a crown next to Bill, too, since he's the top of the dough. So she ate a little bit. Oh, she did eat some of the probiotic and the fish oil, a little bit. Go to the very last plate. Weird. Well, well, well. Need all of it, probably. Just a little bit for somebody else to have it. The other half. Dude, she didn't eat much of anything, actually. She didn't eat hardly any of the fancy feast that she went on the third plate. Mama. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I could be dead. Gone for like 3 days now, huh? Wow. Little ferret. I mean, oh, you don't want to get down, apparently. Sorry, gotta go. She doesn't understand. You see her? She doesn't understand how, like, I only have one leg down right now. What are you doing? Oh, you fixed it. There, thank you. Who wants this?
It was
Huh. There are people still that are just hanging out at the border in Mexico, waiting on their opportunity to just come on in and get the. You're the next contestant. I'll get free shit in America. Come on down. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Oh wait, that's Rocky. Da, 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 da. I don't know why Rocky came to my head. It's supposed to be a Price is Right song, man. Are they kind of alike? How does it start? Come on, y'all. So do it so I can hear you do it. Oh, these are in Mexico. Let them stay as long as they want in Mexico. Who cares?
immediate. As soon as Donald Trump became president, the US's online asylum system suspended. Migrants waiting for their appointment
I like to
found
see
it
them
cancelled.
crying about
We're
it.
just looking at the message that appeared through the app here through Ulysses. It says existing appointments scheduled through CBP1 are no longer valid. So that's it. That's the end of a 2-month journey, and I guess the end of the hope that today was going to be the day that they crossed into the States.
Stayed too late.
He was shell-shocked.
We sold the house and car to come here. In Venezuela, we have nothing. We bet it all.
This motherfucker didn't live in Venezuela with a car and a house. You know what I'm saying? He was probably in Chile or some other place, and he conveniently lost his passport as soon as he got to our border. Sold all his shit. Why is everybody... Wait a second. You had a house and a car? I don't even have a house and a car to sell. I have a car. I don't have a house I can sell. You had a house to sell somewhere? And you were like, I'm going to sell my house and come live off Americans.
That was just...
Fuck. You know how many of them did that, dude? So many of them did that. They had houses to sell where they lived.
day one.
And they came here with cash. They're coming here with money, dude. That they don't claim, like, they don't tell us they got it. They're probably putting it in crypto and shit. Who knows where they're putting it, but they're coming here with money, dude. They're lying about it so that they can get all the programs as if they're completely broke, but they got that cash though at the same time. Bro. Wow.
Wednesday, there was more. Troops deploying to the border, obstacles being built, and an executive order which the White House said suspends the physical entry of aliens engaged in an invasion of the United States through the southern border. Defining undocumented migrants as invaders means US officials don't have to offer them asylum, they can simply put them out. The inflammatory language, the sound of a door slamming shut. The question for foreign migrants now in limbo in North Mexico, what next? That country's president...
I don't even feel sorry for the kids. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry. Dude, half of those kids are 100 times more street smart than our kids. They know what their parents are doing. They actually know. Once they're like that age, for instance, I remember going to Mexico 2 decades ago. The parents would be asleep at around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. The kids would be running the streets at that point, trying to sell chicle or the gum packets, or just holding their hand out as soon as you get in all across the border. Like, the kids are street smart there. They are good at trying to hustle. They're hustlers. They grow, they produce hustlers. So once these kids are a certain age, they know what the fuck's going on. They know their parents are trying to just come up in America.
President offered repatriation.
If they want to voluntarily return to their countries, there are mechanisms that exist.
The shelters that now house them might soon be needed for Mexicans. President Trump's also planning mass deportations, and more than 40% of undocumented people in the US are Mexican. The country could see an influx of its citizens heading home.
Because if that doesn't happen, the demographic is going to change. It's going to shift, and our country is going to turn blue really fast. It's going to happen because they're going to want more of their people to come through and shit, right? That's a possibility.
A group of around 70 arrived on Tuesday night in Tijuana, among them farm workers who said they'd been picked up from the fields. What do you think of Trump, they were asked. He's really doing a lot of damage to hard-working people like us, one replied.
Dude, check this out. We have legal ways to come here and be a migrant worker. These migrant workers are taking the jobs of actual migrant workers. They would come here and they would go back home when the produce was done for that area, or they would migrate to another area in the United States and do it that way. But they're like, those people didn't just disappear. The legal migrant workers. No, we just got floods of illegal ones now. So the legal migrant workers now are out of work. They're fucking their own people over. They don't care.
to be just the vanguard of
Right
many
way,
more,
that's all.
as President Trump plans for one-way traffic coming across this border. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Tijuana.
Yeah, these news stations, mainstream, like Al Jazeera, of course, are going to try to enrage as many Americans as they can.
Make sure to subscribe to
bootleg their shit is. They don't
our
even
channel to get.
Well, no, they did. Second, I thought they had the template there and they weren't filling it in with their. I didn't see it, but it's okay. Mexico sets up tents along border to receive deported migrants.
President Trump already getting results as he cracks down on illegal immigration during his first week in office. Homeland Security sources telling News Nation that Border Patrol has seen a more than 40% drop in encounters. In the final days of the Biden presidency, Border Patrol recorded 4,000 encounters with illegal immigrants, compared to just fewer than 2,400 since Inauguration Day.
Well, there you go. It's already working dramatically. They're not even showing up.
That news coming as the president sends 1,500 more troops to the southern border, along with the Pentagon sending aircraft, they're sending intelligence, you name it. News Nation's Robert Sherman is in Washington with the latest. And Robert, the president's showing he's really kind of walking the walk in this first week back to office.
Yeah, no two ways about it, Marky, with the president making good on his day one promise to declare a state of emergency along the U.S.-Mexico border. He's now using that authority that gives him the ability to deploy these troops to reestablish operational control. 1,500 additional troops will be sent to the border to join the roughly 2,200 National Guardsmen who are already there, building temporary and permanent barriers along the border with Mexico. And the door is reportedly open for as many as 10,000 soldiers to go. The Department of Defense says they'll also be providing military aircraft to assist with deportations, with plans to fly more than 5,000 illegal immigrants already detained in San Diego and El Paso out of the country. The White House was asked about this directly. This is what they had to say.
Hello, Simon.
The American people have been waiting for such a time as this for our Department of Defense to actually take Homeland Security seriously. This is a #1 priority of the American people, and the president is already delivering.
Also worth noting, the president has signed an executive order directing DHS, the Department of Justice, and State Department to, quote, repel, repatriate, and remove illegal aliens across the southern border. The message from the White House being, don't come. Marky.
And Robert, how is Mexico responding to all of the changes being put in place by the Trump administration this week?
Well, we've heard from Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum, who says that they are preparing for the return of some of their Mexican citizens. And what you're seeing along the U.S.-Mexico border is the construction of all of these camps that are currently being built. And this is happening in multiple cities, all the way from the Gulf of Mexico out to the California border as well. But something to note here, Marquis, is that while the Mexican president says that they're prepared to take in their citizens, they have not necessarily agreed to take in citizens from other countries, saying that they intend to continue to uphold their own laws when it comes to migration and repatriation. Marky.
It will be interesting to see what this looks like when they're officially deployed in their cross-border towns. Robert Sherman, thank you so much from D.C. this morning.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. Also,
going to use it. Now,
you return to office.
This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven, every one of them, all seven swing states.
You little cat.
It was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to hear the beginning of it. They're going crazy, though.
Well, thank you.
This is Trump right now.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, and hello to everyone in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven, every one of them, all seven swing states, there was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years. And some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together. So many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many decades.
It hasn't
maybe
been implemented
not at all
anywhere.
Upon my election,
it's not used.
It was just announced
really,
that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America, but I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over. The progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation. Once again, it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only two genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely.
Military.
Finally, as we restore common
kicking
sense in
them all out of the
America,
military?
we're
They have
moving
to.
quickly to bring back strength.
You know why they have to, right? Well, for those who don't know why they have to, these trannies, they don't know how to give them a physical readiness test. That's the push-ups, sit-ups, run time. They don't know what any of that should be because they're not a man or a woman. So from what I understand, they don't even have to do a PRT. Oh.
And peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to
do it, but
increase
they
defense
can't fail
spending to
them.
5% of GDP,
Yeah.
which is what it should have been years ago.
Military
It was
spending to
only at
5%.
2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup. And I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think. And I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, you know, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years, and we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop, but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience, and I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
You right, so she's eating ziti without anything in it right now. That's good.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwartzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today. You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of the numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects, and I had a big project in Ireland, and it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And they said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute. It's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up, and basically it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take our essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do, like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of, these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad. And they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one, and they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline.
Like the VAT tax, if you've never had to deal with it, it does suck, dude. Like anytime I would ship anything to my girlfriend in Vienna, like I would have to pay extra depending on how much it was worth. Even like the more it's worth, the more you have to pay in VAT tax. What kind of fucking dumb shit sense does that make? Why should I have to pay extra just to get something into your country? The more it costs, the more I gotta pay. Like,
the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir,
fuck you,
could
Europe.
You help us what?
That
Landing
shit.
in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said,
right?
"How does it compare to China?" He said, "It's much worse." And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Pouyanné. He's the chairman CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the president.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight in this panel. Total Energies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the US. Company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question: what are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of its exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first term, one of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world. But the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with one. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to give very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plants, talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities. They are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have.
Same with crypto, buddy.
It'll be very competitive.
Hey,
with
what's
China
America
and
be the
others.
crypto mining
so I'm
capital?
Give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart, because they're the smartest, but I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant as a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build their plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup.
Farts. I'm telling you, it's the future.
If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil or gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work, there are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant, so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about. But nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape, but coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. We'll now go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Moynihan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations, and obviously an eventful week for you and your family. If you remember, 5 years ago, you came here and we walked among 150 CEOs from all over the world, and you engaged with them about your policies and your procedures. This year, you're not here, and yet this week was eventful from the orders that you mentioned earlier, literally a wave of orders coming out on immigration, on trade, and many other matters. And so, as a representative of the United States here, we got a lot of questions about what does all this mean and how would the president square this with his clear focus on growth, prosperity, market growth, stock market growth, a good bond market, and bringing down prices. So how do you think about the impact of all these orders and how fast they come out, and how you're going to balance them with that scorecard of being successful in both continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation, and also having a good stock price?
Down to 21%, the corporate tax. And it was actually, if you look at state and city, it was in many cases much higher than 40%. I got it down to 21%. And now we're going to bring it down from 21 to 15% if, there's a big if you make your product in the U.S. So we're going to have the lowest, just about the lowest rate. It'll be, the 21 is on the low side worldwide. The 15 is about as low as it gets. And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, rich, powerful country by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1 year deduction where we deduct, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the 1 year deduction, which built up over a period of time and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it. But, if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to be, we've been working along with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape. But we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to bring it down to 15%, which is really something. And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job, but I hope you start opening your bank to conservatives, because many conservatives complain that the banks are not allowing them to do business within the bank. And that included a place called Bank of America. They don't take conservative business. And I don't know if the regulators mandated that because of Biden or what, but you and Jamie and everybody, I hope you're going to open your banks to conservatives, because what you're doing is wrong.
Bro, check this out.
Mr. President, I'll say that.
Let me know if this story is true or not. The Bank of America, all the banks collapsed during like the earthquake or in San Francisco, or it was like depression, one of the two. And they all went up into the hills pretty much. And Bank of America was originally called Bank of Italy, and they came out of the hills and rebranded themselves as the Bank of America, and that's what caused them to be who they are today. Is that true? I heard that story before.
Your friend Gianni said hello, told me to tell you hello, and we look forward to sponsoring the World Cup when it comes.
I'm looking into it.
Both this summer for the club and next year, so thank you for getting that for the United States.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Anna Butin. She is the executive chairman of Banco Santander, one of the big European banks, and also in
San
the US.
Francisco. Change his name.
Yeah. Mr. President, congratulations on a historic victory. I believe you don't know me as well as my fellow panelists, so a few words. Santander is one of the largest banks in the world by number of customers, 170 million.
Both
That's more than my friend Brian and my friend Jamie have.
Accurate.
And those
they fix the regulation.
That's coming. That's
Make
coming.
sure I wasn't going to squish a cat.
We're a big investor in the United States. We have many million customers, 12,000 employees. We're one of the largest auto lenders, and we recently launched a fully digital bank called Open Bank. We strongly believe banks have a pivotal role in the economy, and we can accelerate growth and help many more customers. That's what we're doing in the United States. So, as Brian pointed out, we very much welcome your focus on deregulation and reducing bureaucracy. So my question is, what are your priorities in this regard, and how fast is this going to happen? Thank you very much.
I think it's going to, thank you and congratulations. I know very much about your bank, and you've done a fantastic job. Congratulations. We are going to move very quickly. We've moved very quickly. We've done things in the last 3 days that nobody thought were possible to do in years. And it's all taking effect. It's going to have a huge impact on the economy, a huge positive impact. Money was being wasted on crazy things. I mean, the Green New Deal was such a total disgrace. How that was perpetrated, and it was conceived of by people that were average students, less than average students, I might add, and never even took a course in energy or the environment. It was just a game. Remember, the world was going to end in 12 years. Remember that? Well, the 12 years is coming.
It was supposed to end in 2020. Aztec calendar.
Foam into earth. But you know, the time has come. These people.
I was convinced.
And they really scared the Democrats large. I can't say the Republicans. The Republicans maybe could have fought harder to stop it, but it's been a tremendous waste of money. You know, during my 4 years, we had the cleanest air, we had the cleanest water, and yet we had the most productive economy in the history of our country. We had the most productive economy until COVID came. We had the most productive in the history of our country by far. And actually, you can look worldwide. We were beating everybody from China to everybody else. So, and we think we really now, with what we have learned and all of the other things that have taken place, we think we can even far surpass that, actually far surpass it. But one thing we're going to be demanding is we're going to be demanding respect from other nations. Canada, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. We're not going to have that anymore. We can't do it. I don't know if it's good for them. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state. And if you're a state, we won't have a deficit. We won't have to tariff you, et cetera, et cetera. But Canada has been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 billion or $250 billion deficit. We don't need them to make our cars, and they make a lot of them. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody. So, you know, just as an example, with Mexico, we're dealing with Mexico, I think, very well. And we're just, you know, we just want to be treated fairly with other nations, because there's hardly a nation in the world, and I blame this on us, and I blame it on politicians that, for some reason, mostly it's stupidity, but you could also say other reasons, but mostly stupidity. They've allowed other nations to take advantage of the U.S., and we can't allow that to happen anymore. You know, we have debt. It's a very small debt when you compare it to the value of the assets that we have, but we don't want to do that. We want to just have debt be obliterated, and we'll be able to do that fairly rapidly. And a lot of good things are going to happen. And honestly, good things are going to happen for the world, and good things are going to happen for the people that are dealing with us, allies and beyond allies. One thing very important, I really would like to be able to meet with President Putin soon and get that war ended. And that's not from the standpoint of economy or anything else. It's from the standpoint of millions of lives are being wasted. Beautiful young people are being shot in the battlefield. You know, the bullet, very flat land, as I said, and the bullet goes, there's no hiding, and a bullet, the only thing going to stop the bullet is a human body. And you have to see, I've seen pictures of what's taken place. It's a carnage, and we really have to stop that war. That war is horrible. And I'm not talking economy. I'm not talking economics. I'm not talking about natural resource. I'm just talking about There's so many young people being killed in this war, and that's not including the people that have been killed as the cities are being, knocked down building by building. So we really should get that stopped. Likewise, in the Middle East, I think we made a lot of progress in the Middle East, and I think that's gonna come along pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We know that the most consequential relationship in the world is between the U.S. and China. U.S. 28% of the global economy, China close to 20. That's almost half of the global GDP. And we know that you called President Xi Jinping last Friday. We heard that you had a good discussion. How do you see the relationship between the U.S. and China in the next 4 years under your leadership?
He called me, but I see it very good. I think that we're going to have a very good relationship. All we want is fairness. We just want a level playing field. We don't want to take advantage. We've been having massive deficits with China.
More of a part of why we are who we are, though, is our military might. And, yeah, so we got to fix that fast.
Biden allowed it to get out of hand. He's $1.1 trillion deficit. It's ridiculous. And it's just an unfair relationship. And we have to make it just fair. We don't have to make it phenomenal. We have to make it a fair relationship. Right now, it's not a fair relationship. The deficit is massive, as it is with other countries, a lot of Asian countries, actually. But we have deficits that are very big, and we can't keep doing that, so we're not going to keep doing that. But I like President Xi very much. I've always liked him. We always had a very good relationship. It was very strained with COVID coming out of Wuhan. Obviously, that strained it. I'm sure it strained it with a lot of people, but that strained our relationship. But we always had a great relationship, I would say, and we look forward to doing very well with China and getting along with China. Hopefully, China can help us stop the war with, in particular, Russia, Ukraine. They have a great deal of power over that situation. And we'll work with them. And I mentioned that during our phone conversation with President Xi. And hopefully we could work together and get that stopped. We'd like to see denuclearization. In fact, with President Putin, prior to an election result, which was frankly ridiculous, we were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller, right now, nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on nuclear. And I think the rest of the world, we would have gotten them to follow. And China would have come along, too. China also liked it. Tremendous amounts of money are being spent on nuclear. And the destructive capability is something that we don't even want to talk about today because you don't want to hear it. It's too depressing. So we want to see if we can denuclearize, and I think that's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin wanted to do it. He and I wanted to do it. We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have. Now you have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. but far, far more people have died. When you look at a city that's become a demolition site where big buildings have been collapsed by missiles hitting them and everything else, and they say one person was slightly injured.
What is he doing right now?
Many people were killed. Those are big buildings.
What is he doing right now? Hold up. For one, what is he It's my belief that Hamas has been fraudulently claiming deaths, and the deaths are actually overemphasized so they can get more humanitarian aid. I don't think that a lot of people that supposedly died were even alive to begin with. I think they were fraudulent birth certificates so that they could get more humanitarian aid. Because we're trusting Hamas with birth records and death records. Sometimes he makes me want to slap him.
I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings.
I don't think there's more deaths. I think there's less probably.
That announced that
they
2 people were injured.
They would definitely not underemphasize or under-exaggerate the deaths in Gaza with the preemptive numbers. They definitely would not do that. Because they want as much sympathy as possible from the rest of the world. Why is he doing this right now, dude? What? He's like being a Gaza sympathizer so that we can go in and rebuild it for him?
That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers.
Y'all know that,
just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing to see. And when you see pictures of the fields that I see, nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, on behalf of
you think there are actually more deaths in Ukraine, though?
Here in Davos, we really
I don't think either side is underestimating their deaths, dude.
Joining us the third day
because they want as much as they can get.
Taking questions here is so appreciated,
from our
and
government.
We are already ready for receiving you next year in person. So thank you very much, and all the best from Davos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to say that on the iPad.
These people, they all have like a sex slave child in their basement. They're that rich, dude. They're like, what shall I buy next with my money? Honey, do you want to go buy a child in Africa, India, or something? We could bring him back in the luggage. A private jet. We'll fly him into Burbank. You know they never check our luggage there. We'll have us a child. The World Economic Forum. What's terrible? It's legal there, so it's okay. When in India, be Indian. Right? It might depend on where you're at in India, whether or not slavery is legal. Oh no, more lefties losing it.
Now it's time for lefties losing it. Do you ever have a bad day and forget people's pronouns?
I have a bad day and I want to watch lefties losing it.
To this teacher.
So I had a kid on Monday. They said their pronouns were she, her. Then on Wednesday, yesterday, they came to me and they said, you know what? My pronouns are they, them. I want you in the class to use they, them. Okay, cool, great. They come to class today. There's names on desks in groups for assigned seats. They can't find theirs because I guess my first class knocked it off. So I go to the class. Hey, is she in anyone's group? Does anyone see her name?
Her?
It took me 5 minutes to realize what I did.
Oh, whoopsie! And it took you 5 minutes to realise. It's not good enough. It's really not good enough. And what do you do when you make such a grave error of judgment?
What I did when they were sitting by themselves, I approached them and said, I screwed up, didn't I? And they said, yep.
Gee, how can you live with yourself with all that disappointment?
Yo. It feels like it's dude, you know the kids love this type of shit, right? Being able to control the adults. It's given children control over something. Like, because children in school are kind of like inmates. They don't have anything as far as control over shit. The teacher tells them to do something, they don't do it. Go put your nose in the corner or whatever, or maybe you have to do write-offs. I don't know what the fuck happens. When I was a kid, we could get paddled. Even you get into the principal's office, you get in trouble. You get a letter sent home to your mom. They got to sign, and you got to bring back. They might have a teacher-student teacher principal or parent council. I mean, like stuff like that. The parent, but nowadays, like, we're given power to children, making it so that they can be like, oh, you didn't do it right, Mrs. Lancaster. I'm a they them. I told you I was a they them. You forgot. Like, what the fuck? Why? What are we doing? Why give them that kind of power over us to where they can just fuck with us? Because kids like to fuck with each other. They're definitely going to try to fuck with the adults if they can.
Now to the Britney Spears level breakdowns over Trump's executive order on genders.
That power.
Our new president has declared on day one of his presidency that our country will no longer recognize any gender aside from male or female. As a non-binary person who lives in the United States of America, I'm a New Yorker. I live in New York. I'm not going anywhere. I love this city. All right. Okay. So if I'm no longer a human, legally speaking, of course, I might as well have fun. So how am I spending my day this inauguration day? I am going to go commiserate with my fellow queer people at my favorite lesbian bar, ready for the circus.
Roll up,
you could be a lesbian and still be a...
Wait,
was that a guy?
And as long as you draw breath, every breath you take is a rebellion. Keep on fighting because you just have to. Hail Satan, hail reason, always.
Love that. Absolutely love it. And can someone please check on this next person who is apparently coming to save America?
Something is throwing me off. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Blocking out all of the noise. Adrenaline give me the rush. Remembering what I was told. I'm never down for the count.
Oh, Latin trends. That's another man.
Okay, yeah, I've got a theory that maybe they might need some saving. And, you know, I know just the woman, actually.
She's showing a little titty tonight.
Here she is, the woke Bishop of America herself, in all her glory.
Yo, this shit got posted to the subreddit, Long Beach subreddit? Or was it my next door neighbor? I don't know, dude. It was one of them, and they were like praising her. I think it was a subreddit, though.
She'll do it with those
everybody in Long Beach loves this lady, except for like me and 3 other people.
Crusade. And speaking of that bewildering bishop, it looks like she's found her loyal disciples in none other than the American liberal media.
Your tone there, so serious and genuine. You see him, he's stone-faced, he then looks down, but he's listening to every word you say. As you made that personal plea to him, what were you looking at him in that moment? What kind of response were you perhaps hoping for in that moment? Because it was gentle. I mean, it was intense and passionate, but yet it was gentle. It was not ugly or confrontational. Wouldn't expect it to be, but you know, these are hard things to talk about in that context.
Predictably, you seem to strike a nerve. You seem to have more fearlessness than anyone in Congress right now, ma'am. You know, Bishop, I was struck by your tone. You were so gentle. You were so respectful. You were very demure and very mindful.
Why was that allowed to happen? This is what I'm wondering. Did he not get the memo that she was going to be there as the main person because she's a known anti-Trumper from back in the day, George Floyd days. They have footage of her. So it's like, I don't get it. Who was in charge of that decided that like she should be the one? Weird. Yeah, how did that? I don't even see how that could happen, man. Unless it was the Democrats that set it up.
Well, look, if The View ever needs an exorcism, then they certainly know where to go. Now, have a look at this delicious demolition of a puffed up pronoun report.
Maybe, maybe it was a 5D chess move where Trump wanted everyone to see the lunacy because he already knows. He's got over 70% of the country popular vote. So he already knows that those people are on his side with the lunacy, probably, more than likely. So if he puts it on front stage for everybody to see it again, it gets everybody to be like us to be like, what the fuck is this lady? Like get rid of her. Like, why is she becoming famous?
On live TV.
First day on the job, President Trump signed an executive order, the U.S. government only recognizing two genders, male, female. They're unchangeable. If elected as prime minister, is that something that you're going to kind of walk in line with, or what are your feelings on that executive order?
Well, I don't know. Do you have any other genders that you'd like to name?
Me personally?
Yes.
I'm just asking more so if you're in line with what he is saying. Do you agree with what he's saying? Is that something that you would be lockstep with if elected as prime minister?
Well, I'm not aware of any other genders than men and women. I mean, if you have any other that you want me to consider, you're welcome to tell me right now.
Well, there's personally, I am a man. I am people say cis man. There are people there who they say they're gender neutral. Well, you are a man. Yes, there are people there who say they're gender neutral. Yeah, they say they're gender neutral. They're a trans person. Is that something that you would recognize here, whereas in the States, at least with their U.S. government, the way they're seeing it, there's only two?
I'm only aware of two.
Oh, could watch Pierre on repeat every day. Joining me now is journalist and filmmaker Ami Horowitz. Ami, thank you for joining me. Good to see you. Let's start with the left's continued meltdown over Elon Musk's gesture at the inauguration, which they are desperately insisting was a Nazi salute. But now best-selling author Gerald Posner, who has written books on Hitler Youth and the Nazi regime and is very informed on this topic, has said, quote, as non-fiction authors of books about the Third Reich and as co-founders of Anti-Semitism Watch, a non-profit that monitors anti-Jewish hate worldwide, we know real Nazi and fascist rhetoric and actions. When we watched this video clip, we thought it was nothing more than him reaching out to a large crowd in a moment of intense excitement. Ami, how much more proof does the left need that this was not a Nazi salute, and why are they so desperately pushing this narrative?
Look, with all due respect to the gentleman you just quoted, I don't need an expert on this, okay? Danica, this is so stupid that if a producer sent me this in advance saying, well, we're going to talk about this, I would have said, I'm not talking about it. This is so dumb. But we have to talk about it because the left, and when I say by that, the left, I mean basically the entire media has been making this into a thing. They're not arguing or discussing whether or not he made a Nazi salute. That would be dumb enough. They're saying that he did it. That's what CNN is saying. That's what the View is saying. That's what it is beyond ridiculous. Danica, look, I think I have some skin in the game on this thing, okay? I'm a Jewish man. I kind of know I have a pretty good Nazi radar, okay? I know what a Nazi is and what isn't a Nazi. I've called them out. I've called them out on this show. I've called them out in my personal life and other shows, okay? Look, I don't want to pull the, I've got Jewish friends card who know Elon, but I've got Jewish friends who know Elon. Sorry, I had to drop that. They know him well, okay? The man is not a Nazi. In fact, he's philo-Semitic. Ben Shapiro went to Auschwitz with Elon Musk, and the latter gave a speech against anti-Semitism. Now, the question is not whether or not he is a Nazi, because that's a dumb, stupid argument, okay? I'm not going to indulge in it any longer. The question is why. Why are they doing this? Well, look, like racism, Nazi is the last resort when you have nothing else to say. All your policies have clearly failed. It's the Nazi lifeboat they have to cling to as a last resort for maybe as a Hail Mary pass. We can do something to move momentum back to us. We'll attack. It didn't work with Donald Trump. He won the election. We got to move on to something else. So let's go to Elon Musk. That's what's happening here. Look, Chris Murphy was talking to Elise Stefanik in Congress. And Chris Murphy asked her, by the way, rule number one, when you are a lawyer talking, and this is obviously not a legal courtroom, but rule number one, you're a lawyer talking to a witness, similar to what we see in Congress when they're talking to witnesses. If you don't ask a question, you don't know how the person is going to answer. So when Chris Murphy asked her the question about the Nazi salute, again, not asking her, which would be dumb enough, if he did it, but saying that he was doing a Nazi salute, he got demolished and steamrolled by Elise Stefanik, who, by the way, has a little bit of credibility on this because she is the poster girl when the Hamas protesters, the Hamas supporters were attacking Jews. She was the person who called out the presidents of a number of different schools, and she just ran right over him. And then you've got the other part of the left, like AOC calling this out. AOC, you won't call out Hamas, who slaughtered thousands of Jews today. And not 50 or 100 years ago. Today, they are killing and slaughtering Jews. You'll call them out. You won't call out the new neo-Nazis, but you'll call out some fake playbook about calling someone who is pro-Trump an old neo-Nazi. It's ridiculous. Sick of it. Don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's move on.
No, I totally agree. The hypocrisy is astounding. Now, all right, let's move on, Army, because finally America First is back. The Trump administration is adopting a one-flag-only policy, blocking U.S. embassies and outposts from flying Pride and Black Lives Matter flags. Army, it's stars and stripes all the way.
Again, I don't know how this is a controversy, okay, right? I don't know why this is crazy. Why are you calling out and having an issue with the American flag being the only flag you're allowed to fly? The flag, by the way, which covers justice and liberty and democracy for everyone, okay? Look, quick little anecdote, if you will indulge me, Danica, for a moment. So my coffee shop across the street from where I live, love it very much, but like most coffee shops, most baristas, very left-wing. Don't know why they end up wanting to work coffee shops, but they do. I'm sure you know about that as well. And during Pride Month, they are always actually they put the Pride flag all year long, not just during Pride Month, which is totally they're able to do that. I got no issue with that. And on Juneteenth, they actually fly the Juneteenth flag. Didn't know there was a Juneteenth flag. I learned in my coffee shop there was one. Okay, fine, go ahead and do that as well. You know what they don't fly on July 4th? On July 4th, the Day of Independence, they don't fly the American flag, okay? And when I asked them, why aren't you flying the American flag today? They said, what are you, some kind of racist? That was their response. Look, this is not just anti-Americanism, right? Which it is. It's also a level of self-hatred, right? That's really what, if you want to put to my psychologist couch, right? I'm not a psychologist. I just play one on Sky News Australia, but that's what it is. It's self-hatred. And, I find it so despicable that the Biden administration, which of course said you can fly different kind of flags, and specifically said, right, the Biden administration specifically said to U.S. embassies, you could fly the BLM flag. The BLM flag, which is responsible for destroying over $5 billion in property across America, responsible for dozens of deaths, Danica, including police officers. But that was okay? But now we have a new president, and there's, hey, you know what? It's moral cleanup in aisle 5, please. And that's what this president is doing.
Oh, look, absolutely, and it's about time for sure. Now, look, the Pentagon will begin deploying as many as 1,500 active duty troops to help secure the southern border in coming days, putting in motion President Donald Trump's plans to crack down on immigration, and it remains to be seen if they'll end up doing law enforcement there. But, Army, this was a mandate that Trump was elected on to crack down on immigration, so how important is it that this next administration actually succeeds in doing so?
Couldn't be more important. I mean, this is why the Trump administration won, right? It won on the economy, number one, and a close number two was immigration. When you let millions of people in this country, there's going to be a price to pay, and the price was this administration losing the election and Donald Trump winning. Let me see if you recognize this person. This quote. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do within my power to secure the border. Now, you may not recognize the person. I wasn't swallowing my words, right? I wasn't dribbling from my mouth. But that's essentially what Joe Biden said when asked why you're not securing the border. Look, it was all, obviously we now know it was all within his power because we have the next president doing it. He could have put troops at the border. He chose not to do it, right? He could have hid all he wants behind, I don't have the executive power to do it, but as we all know, he did. He could have done all the things that Trump is doing. He could have had deportations, which Trump is now going to begin to do. He could have continued to build the wall, which he stopped doing, which now Trump will complete. And more importantly, by the way, than all of these things, even the soldiers at the border, even more important is remain in Mexico. That was the number one tool that the Trump administration used to stem the tide, telling Mexico, these people will stay on your side of the border, and then we'll vet them as they come through. That's what's going on today, right now. The troops aren't as necessary because of that one policy that the Biden administration decided to flip on, okay? This is ridiculous, and now we're showing this is why Biden lost, exactly on this issue.
Yeah, it's stark clear now, isn't it? Now, this is interesting, Army, because conservatism is making a comeback. There are reports that Liberal parents are now the ones actually clashing with their Conservative sons after the election. We know that Trump gained significant ground with the youth vote and won 53% of men aged 18 to 44. Army, why do you think that Trump appeals to Gen Z so much?
Yeah, the truth is I don't know, and nobody really knows, right? This is actually a quirk in demographics. We all thought that the young vote was going to go to Joe Biden. It was trending that way for a very long time. And there seems to be like, we're going to be saved by Gen Z. I know we kept looking at Gen Z and saying, who are you people? But the truth is, Gen Z, particularly Gen Z males, are ones who may, for a long time, keep this demographic alive for the Republican Party. I find it is so delicious to watch parents get upset at their kids about their politics. Look, there's always this debate of nature versus nurture, and I've always said that if you have kids, you know that nature wins, nurture loses. Nature is always the number one issue when it comes to what a kid is like. And those parents who are pushing this democratic liberal dogma on their kids for all these years, he's learned a hard lesson on how it works with life. And yeah, apparently these kids and this kind of boomerang, that was an Australian term I think I just used right there. This boomerang is now happening with Gen Z, and I'm here for it. I love it.
I love it too. It is an Aussie term, and you're spot on. And it's so good that the younger generation are now sponges and wanting to learn. Now, speaking of the younger generation, Barron Trump appears to be following in his father Donald Trump's footsteps. He's preparing to launch a luxury real estate venture with two young business partners. Army, I feel like Barron is really the success story out of this election. He helped his father, he got him onto those podcasts like Joe Rogan. But you can see that this is a young entrepreneur. How big of a future do you think he's got?
No, he's a comer, no question about it. I mean, look, frankly, all of Trump's kids are. You want to talk about how somebody can raise children, and you see who your children are a reflection of you. Look at his kids. Look at not just his kids, but who they married also. It's a wonderful family. This is a family who's going to make a difference. I think they're all going to get involved in business and politics, no question about it. I think that it's a reflection on the president, reflection on his ex-wife and his current wife, on how they raise his kids. They're wonderful kids. I've had a chance to meet a number of them. They're great. They're smart. And yeah, I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, a big, bright future ahead for Barron, but you're right, the rest of them are just as impressive. Army Horowitz, good to see you. Thanks very much for joining me on the show this evening.
Always a pleasure.
More kitties. All right. hissing at me. I see. Oh, I got my thing way up here. Shoot. Gotta fix that. He ain't gonna like that. Oh no, I'm sorry. We're gonna... More hissing, more hissing, more hissing. More hissing, more upset. He's so upset. He's so upset. He's growling at me right now. Oh, buddy, we're good now. Hey. Good now. Oh. Here. 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 Hey. Hey. Okay, okay. So go on in. Wanna go, you can go. Go, buddy. I wanna go. Just hit it, man. I was gonna stay.
They're wasting no time, and ICE is making nearly 500 arrests in the span of just 33 hours. The New York Post cover, the ICE man cometh. President Trump also signing more executive orders, including one designed to block illegal crossings, and he told Sean Hannity that Joe Biden's failed policies forced him to take swift action.
Why would somebody say that open borders are good, where jails and mental institutions from other countries and gang members right off the streets of the toughest cities in the world are being brought to the United States of America and emptied out into our country? Why would anybody that even likes, you don't have to love our country, you have to like it. Why would anybody that likes our country, the Democrats, allow that to happen? And even now, I watch them on television, they're trying to justify it. You can't justify it.
So those ICE raids taking place in many parts of the country, including the sanctuary city of Boston. That's where Bill Maloogian went on an exclusive right along with ICE, and Bill joins us now to tell us what he found and what he saw. Bill, good morning.
Bill, good morning to you as well. In the early days of this new Trump administration, ICE officials tell me they're taking what they call a worst first approach, meaning they're going to target the worst of the worst criminal alien offenders first. Well, we were given exclusive access to join the elite ICE team right here in Boston as they go into sanctuary jurisdictions and enforce immigration law.
Good morning, everyone.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
Wow, he said, fuck Trump, bro. Biden forever. Dude, yo, that should be, that clip right there should be everywhere. That's a good one.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction. And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan
Hell
has
yeah.
warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in 2023 as part of President Biden's controversial migrant flights mass parole program.
Wow.
Well, they just picked him up yesterday because he's been arrested locally for sexual assault. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Maloogian, it was fascinating to watch all of that. I think I was just saying to Bill, this is terrible for Joe Biden and the legacy that he tried to leave behind. A question from me, how soon will they actually be leaving the country? Does that take a long time?
It depends what country they're from. If they're from cooperable countries like El Salvador, Guatemala, countries like that, it can be quick. It can be within days or weeks. If it's countries that are harder to deport, countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much, it can go into a process of months. But the Trump administration is changing policies with something called expedited removal. The bottom line is people at home don't need to understand all the policies. The Trump administration is just going to work as fast as they can to get all the people you just saw on camera there out of the country as fast as possible. They're also going to use their State Department, now led by Marco Rubio, to put pressure on countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. as much when it comes to those deportations.
Bill, just two points of clarification here. It seems a lot of these crimes are associated with sex crimes. I'm just looking at the list a bit earlier today. I don't know if that generally is the case or not. And second, if Boston's a sanctuary city, how are they allowed to do this? Because we told there would be resistance.
Boston doesn't have to cooperate with ICE, but there's nothing they can do to stop ICE from coming into their city and enforcing the law. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And that's the point ICE makes to us is, look, they don't have to cooperate with our detainer requests. They don't have to tell our officers when they're releasing somebody from jail. But we're going to do our job. We have our intel guys out in the field. We have people with eyes all over the place, and we're going to snatch those guys. So they can make ICE's job more difficult, longer, and more dangerous, but it's not going to stop ICE from doing the job, guys. The bottom line is ICE says it's safer for everybody involved if locals would just hand these guys over in jail once they're arrested, but they don't. They let them out onto the streets. They don't tell ICE about it, so ICE has to spend a lot of resources gathering intel, finding these guys, and then going out into the community to do arrests, which could be dangerous. You saw that combative Haitian man, and then you saw in the case of that one MS-13 member, his friend got snagged. They weren't even looking for him. They were looking for the MS-13 guy. They picked him up because a sanctuary jurisdiction released the MS-13 guy. ICE found him and then found the guy who was in the apartment with. They found out he was an illegal alien as well. So now he's going to be deported too.
Wow.
Amazing. Bill Maloogian, thank you so much. More to come on that.
Thank you, Bill. I'm Steve Ducey.
The Dems, or the Latino caucus, Hispanic caucus is having a live little meeting right now.
Thank you, Chairman. It's great to be with all my colleagues and appreciate everyone coming.
He's not Hispanic. What's he doing there?
What I think is important as we absorb what this administration is doing is remembering that they're not just policies and executive orders that are targeting this unknown population. They're targeting people in our communities, especially the communities that folks in the state represent. These are parents, children, uncles, aunts who are going to be targeted and impacted by what this administration chooses to do, and why it's so important that we stand together, unified, against these harmful policies. Further, when they're coming into our communities, for our neighbors, for our friends, for our family, they've said that no place is off limits. So think about that in your church, in your parish, in your community health center, in your children's school. You could have an ICE raid. So it's not just this group of people that's faceless, that's nameless. These are people that we interact with every single day. And they're coming directly into our communities, into the places that are supposed to be sacred and safe for all of us. That's where they're coming. There is no end, there is no limit to their cruelty and to what they seek to do to us. When we think about these stories, we're talking about people who, on average, have been here for over 15 years. I represent a district where over 40% of the people that live there were born outside the country. I've had interactions already, before Trump's first day in office, where a person who's been here most of his life, whose 2 adult children were born and raised here, and who are American citizens, won't leave his house without one of them. Person who's contributed so much to our communities won't leave his house without one of his children because he's afraid of what could happen.
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't be American citizens either, since he isn't.
If he were to be approached, seized, held in detention by ICE and other federal authorities. So we have a lot of work to do. This group knows the threat that is at our doorstep, but we're not going to be silent. And we're going to fight for our communities. We're going to fight for the people who we call neighbors. And we're going to fight for a future for this country that is reflective of who we really are. When we stand alongside each other, when we believe in each other, because this country has always believed in us. So now it's time for us to pay it back, to pay it forward, to make sure that we move this country in the right direction. So look forward to all the work ahead. Thank you, Chairman.
Estamos aquí
para tratar temas de importancia al caucus latino y estamos aquí con el liderato, los miembros de esta bancada demócrata que están interesados en dirigirse a temas de importancia como son los soñadores, los trabajadores agrícolas y mantener nuestras familias unidas. Entendemos que esos son 3 temas de gran importancia donde se ha desarrollado un consenso. También hay otros temas como es la ciudadanía por nacimiento o el TPS, entre otros. Pero estos 3 nos han unido como bancada y estamos aquí para apoyarlo y avanzar esa agenda que puede resultar en cambios positivos para nosotros.
The cast was just here. He's crippled, gone now. I also watched political news throughout the day.
Everyone, thank you, Chairman Espaillat, and thank you to all our colleagues. I think this is a great picture for the American people to see. All of us representing people in our communities are here because we care deeply. I always say that immigrants make America America.
Ow.
Think about that.
Okay.
Immigrants are the foundation of this country. And we're going to be here to...
Right, yeah, but not the kind of immigrants that you're talking about. Different kind. Not the leeches that they're coming here. That's different. The immigrants that you're talking about that founded this country came here and busted their asses for like, they didn't know what was going to happen.
Fight back.
These people know exactly what's going to happen. They have a playbook given to them by the cartels, a map, all the destinations for the NGOs that'll give them food and all the other shit they need. Hold up, I got to talk to the vet right now and let them know. So, yeah, he asked me if I had any other cats that need to get brought in. I kind of let him know about Trident with the broken paw, and he says if it is broken, that she would have to be crated for probably months, even after having an amputation done. So, like, I can tell my neighbor, like, are you willing to crate Trident for months, and we can talk further about what we can do to help her. I gotta message him today and ask him about that. But yeah, that's what Mom has been missing. Said the Ash might be messing with him too a little bit. But, yep, I guess Tux's appointment was tomorrow.
And to make sure that they do not, that our constituents, our immigrants community will not become a political fight. This is about everyone coming together and doing right for this country. And as many of our members have stated, the economy is going to suffer. You want to talk about inflationary forces? Go and look at farmers that are fighting to find workers, or the construction industry, or the retail industry. I'm the ranking member of the Small Business Committee. Farmers are already reaching out to us. The construction industry is already reaching out to us. And in our communities, our school system, the public school system, school superintendents telling us that absenteeism is on the rise. Think about that nothing is off limit, that rates could happen in our public schools. You know, that is the point. Cruelty. You gotta be heartless to say publicly that we're gonna send ICE to our school. Heartless. And then to say that crime is on the rise because of immigrants, that we want to make our community safer. Well, while Republicans claim that these destructive deportations are in the name of law and order, they also just released hundreds of violent criminals like Enrique Tario, Stuart Rhodes, and hundreds who were convicted of assaulting police officers.
Why is she shaking? Yeah, he probably shouldn't have done that. I don't agree with him releasing the violent ones. They should have at least had to do what time was, I don't know, maybe given to them. At least had to get paroled out or whatever. But whatever.
On January 6th.
Most of them, it was probably a first-time offense also. A lot of these people that we're getting from other countries, it's not their first-time offense. They're coming here because they have so many offenses in their country that they have to flee it so that they don't get arrested anymore down there and just go instantly to jail.
Those people were criminally convicted, and Donald Trump didn't care a bit about safer communities when he released those who were convicted of beating the shit out of police officers. So don't come to us and talk about...
Yeah, but were they convicted? Were those Washington, D.C.ers, or were they coming from other states? If they had never done that type of thing in their community, then they're not a danger to their community.
Security and safer communities when you do that. Well, Mr. President, convicted felon released 1,600 people. Criminal. So, quiero decirle a la comunidad latina, miren este cuadro aquí.
Really,
estamos todos los miembros del
up on that
Congreso
convicted
para
felon
enviarle un mensaje
bullshit.
claro al presidente.
Fuck the judicial system, man.
Unidos
Most people that have ever had to deal with the judicial system know It's bullshit. It's a revolving door. They try to make it so that you pay them for it. It's like a fucking creditor, dude. They want you to fuck up on your probation, on your parole, on your payments, because that's how they make more money. Prison industrial complex.
De Donald Trump y le
Pack of ramen noodles is $1.
Iban detrás de los criminales. No, ellos van detrás de todos los inmigrantes en esta nación.
That was 20 years ago. I don't know what they cost now.
Y vamos a exigir de parte del liderato demócrata que nos juntemos colectivamente.
They were 10 cents in the store at the time.
Por una sociedad mucho más justa y porque se respeten los derechos de los inmigrantes. Como dije al principio, ¿qué sería de los Estados Unidos sin inmigración? Inmigrantes han hecho de este país lo que es y aquí estamos para defenderlos. Gracias.
Gracias, Lidias. Again, I know that the narrative has been peddled that we fight amongst each other, we're divided. That is not the case. We have full discussions, democratic discussion internally, just like any other group. But we stand together. And with that, I give you Linda Sanchez, Representative Linda Sanchez from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all my colleagues who are here to stand up for our constituents and for our communities and ultimately for our country. I'm Congresswoman Linda Sanchez from Southern California, and I am the daughter of immigrants, and I represent many working class immigrant communities in Los Angeles County, people that are just like my family. Back home, we understand the value of immigrants and the contributions that they make to our society, particularly in the workforce and our economy. Something billionaires President Trump and Elon Musk seem to understand when they need immigrants to run their companies. And just as they rely on immigrant labor, so do average Americans, whether they know it or not, or whether they want to acknowledge it or not. Because we have a real acknowledgement problem in this country. From construction to agriculture to healthcare to hospitality, immigrants are the backbone of many industries that keep our economy humming. In fact, immigrants contribute more than $1.6 trillion to our economy, and they pay nearly $600 billion, that's billion with a B, in taxes, nearly 1 in every 6 tax dollars that is collected. Yet despite their contributions, our communities are under attack from President Trump because he sees them as an easy target. Instead of following through on his promise to lower costs for American families, he's reinstating incredibly unpopular policies like family separation, terminating birthright citizenship, and other extreme executive orders. By spouting hateful rhetoric, many immigrants are now living in fear regardless of their legal status. Dreamers are worried that they'll be deported from the only country that they've ever called home. Families are worried that they're going to be torn apart. Children who go to school are afraid that they may come home to an empty house. They are afraid to go to church or even to seek medically necessary care in hospitals where they could be detained and deported, thanks to President Trump. And Nydia stated it correctly, it's out of pure malice and cruelty. Workers are afraid to show up to their jobs. And you know what? They're not showing up to the jobs are going to be a huge, huge anchor on our economy. Because again, whether we want to recognize it or not, we depend on their labor. From the farm workers who grow and harvest our crops.
We depend on illegal immigrant labor.
If they're not in the fields, what do we think that's going to do to the price of groceries in this country? President Trump ran on a promise that he was going to lower costs, and these policies that he is pursuing are actually going to make costs go up for the average American family. How does deporting hospital and nursing home workers reduce healthcare costs? There is a premier medical research facility
that provides care in the LA region, and they depend on Dreamers. They have over 500 Dreamers that work in their facilities, whether they're radiologists, doctors, nurses, maintenance people, or even people who clean those those hospital rooms. They told me that if those Dreamers are deported, that entire health system will collapse. And who is going to pay the cost? Who's going to suffer? The people that they treat. This country, and particularly Los Angeles, was built by immigrants. And we've had no relief to show our community for more than 35 years. I've been in Congress for 23 years, and I've seen us throw money at enforcement. I've seen us increase all kinds of resources at the border, and we have seen zero relief for these immigrant communities. And we need these communities now more than ever. After the recent wildfires in Los Angeles, we're facing a daunting task of trying to rebuild what was leveled. Who's going to rebuild Los Angeles if we're deporting a huge pool of our workforce who are construction workers? What happens when they're deported? What do we think will happen to the cost of housing, which is already expensive enough? Without their skilled labor, the recovery will be much slower and more expensive.
And these people want our country to die.
In California, we value the contributions that immigrants make to our country. And it's time that President Trump and MAGA allies in Washington, D.C. realize that too. We have to acknowledge that immigrants work hard, pay taxes, and are members of our community, and they're absolutely critical for
immigrants.
our economy. And with that, I'd like to welcome my fellow Californian.
Maybe if you weren't flooded by all these fucking bullshitters coming here trying to be leeches off us, we can get the legal ones in here a little easier, a little more streamlined. Not to deal with all the court cases for the ones that
San Diego, California.
are here just trying to sell fruit on the corner.
I want to thank our chairman and all of my colleagues here. On Saturday, I was invited to go to Our Lady of Guadalupe Church in San Diego by the pastor there, Father Scott.
I can get fruit at the grocery store.
Because he was going to take the Holy Eucharist and march it through the community there, because so many people in his church are frightened to death, terrified of what's coming. And he asked me to join him, and I did. And I got to march with them, and they would stop every so often, and someone would tell a story. And the stories were heartbreaking. We got back to the church, and at the church they had a service, a prayer service, which was very moving. After that, I stayed and talked to some of the people because they wanted to, and a little girl came up to me. She's probably about 12 years old, and I have two daughters, myself, my wife, and I, and she asked me, are they going to deport my mom? And I wanted to tell her, like I usually do, reassure my kids and reassure people. I want to tell her, no, they're not going to deport your mom. But I couldn't, because they may deport her mom. In fact, they may deport her mom from the church itself. That's why this is so terrifying. And this you hear all over the place. On Sunday, I went to the Mass, the normal church that I go to, the Mission Church. And I heard the same thing once again, because they know who I am. They told me, are they going to deport us? Are they going to separate us as family? I couldn't tell them no, because I don't know what's going to happen. What's happening is very sinful. But I know one Republican that's adamantly against this. One Republican. And that's Ronald Reagan. I'm sure that he's up in heaven next to God saying, I don't even recognize this party anymore. He's the one. He's the one that signed Simpson-Mazzoli in 1986. He was always proud of that. He said these people are our neighbors. They take care of our families, our children. We should trust them. And he gave them an opportunity. What a terrible change that we've seen in the GOP, what used to be the grand old party. We see meanness now. But I'm still hopeful that they'll change and come back. I'm hopeful because even they see the injustices when you separate families. And I hope they come back and they understand that our nation is a nation that's good, a nation that welcomes immigrants, a nation where if you work hard, you can do something with your life that's beneficial. So again, I plead to my colleagues on the other side, bring some humanity back to this discussion. Look at these families. Do something positive. Don't follow that road that we know leads to destruction, disruption, and all these other things. Instead, take the good road. And I'm hopeful that they will. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Our next three members will be Representative Teresa Aleja Fernandez, of course, from the state of New Mexico, as well as Gabe Vasquez, Representative Gabe Vasquez, and Representative Emily Randolph.
Muchísimas gracias y buenas tardes. I'm Congresswoman Teresa Aleja Fernandez from the beautiful border state of Nuevo Mexico, and I'm also chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus. For the past 3 weeks, Republicans and Trump have attacked immigrants, and I want to talk about how they are putting immigrant women at risk and how they are putting the care for our children, the care for our elderly, and the care for our communities that immigrant women provide at risk. We've heard it earlier that immigrants are key to certain sectors, and they are key to the care economy. Our economy depends on immigrant workers and women showing up so that other women can also go to work. And that becomes a downward spiral when we start deporting the women we depend on. But let me tell you a story. An immigrant woman was beaten so severely by her partner that she ended up in the hospital. And this was work I used to do back when I worked on immigrant issues when I was in California. But we've heard it often and repeated. Bloodied and scared, she was afraid to name her abuser because he had threatened her. If you tell anyone, I'll get you deported. You'll never see your children again. The Trumpian bills that we have passed out of this House and that he has sought and that he has said he will move forward on, those Trumpian bills will give her and other abusers even more power. A simple accusation against her could lead to her detention and deportation even without a conviction or charges. And it isn't hypothetical. And that's why over 200 domestic violence groups have begged Congress, have begged Democrats and Republicans to stop this madness. We already have laws to deport and jail immigrants who commit a crime. And if you really cared about crimes against law enforcement, you would be standing up and denouncing those Trump pardons. How dare they be quiet when the men and people who beat our Capitol Police and law enforcement officers are now being paraded around this Capitol? How dare they say they stand with law enforcement when they have let those violent thugs out of jail? And those are convicted violent thugs. So this is not about safety. This is about fear. They want to have somebody to blame and somebody to fear and something to fear, and that is such a tactic of authoritarianism. That's a tactic that bullies bring. But that tactic is stripping dignity from immigrant women. Republicans are telling women, in essence, we don't care about you. It's all right to beat and bloody you as long as you're an immigrant. And it doesn't matter if you're a dreamer, if you have some legal status, it doesn't matter anymore. They can beat and bloody you, and if you dare fight back, we're going to deport you. Imagine the power they have now given to the police. To every immigrant woman and every survivor of abuse, the CHC is there. We see you, we hear you, we stand with you. Te vemos, te escuchamos. Estamos con ustedes. You deserve justice and safety and to live a life free of fear. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is with you in that battle. Even when we can't reassure that small 12-year-old child that it'll be safe for now, but we ain't giving them. We're not. We stand united. Muchísimas gracias, Chairman.
Again, dreamers, farm workers, construction workers, hospitality workers, hospital workers, and families. Representative Gabe Vasquez.
Buenas tardes, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. My name is Gabe Vasquez, and I'm a first-generation Mexican-American raised in an immigrant family along the U.S.-Mexico borderlands in my hometown of Las Cruces, El Paso, and Juarez. I've worked in almost every industry in our state, from working at the chili factory in Deming to construction sites, working retail, and paying my way through school. Like many of our families, I faced the challenges and struggles of home ownership, paying down medical debt, and so much more. In a district like mine, where poverty is high and opportunities are limited, people voted for a representative who understands their challenges and works to deliver real results. That's why, as a border Latino Democrat, I was able to win in a Trump district by listening to my constituents, treating every community with respect, and making it less about politics and more about what matters to them in their everyday lives. As a proud member of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I believe it's our collective responsibility to move past the divisive rhetoric and work with our colleagues to find the solutions that our Americans truly care about. Part of our responsibility is to lead the fight to fix our broken immigration system in a way that holds true to our American values, treats people humanely, strengthens our economy, and keeps our border safe and secure. That's why, like my colleagues, I am deeply concerned about President Trump's executive orders, especially his attack on the 14th Amendment. Doing away with our constitutional rights doesn't just impact immigrants, it impacts all Americans. So sorry, Mr. President, but you can't rewrite the Constitution with the stroke of a pen. Now, back in my district, I've done the work of meeting with immigrant families, ranchers, farm workers, small business owners, faith leaders, and law enforcement agencies. And all they want is the same thing: less posturing and more solutions that deliver for the American people. Tenemos la oportunidad de trabajar con republicanos. Por ejemplo, en la lucha contra los carteles y los coyotes que trafican mujeres y niños, importan drogas y lastiman nuestras comunidades fronterizas. There are opportunities for us to work with Republicans, such as fighting the cartels and coyotes who traffic women and children, provide an endless supply of drugs, and hurt our border communities. That's why I introduced bipartisan bills like the Stop Fentanyl at the Border Act, to provide resources for customs and border protection, to make sure that we can crack down on the cartels that are bringing fentanyl into every community in the United States, and the Humane Accountability Act, which ensures that migrant families and their children are kept together and treated with dignity while in custody. But we can't talk about immigration without talking about the economy. Mass deportations will hurt every aspect of our economy and our society. Hardworking immigrants who contribute billions to our economy, to our family farms, to our rural small businesses, and our nation's emerging industries deserve a fair shot at residency and citizenship. Fixing our immigration system is a matter of national food security, shoring up our healthcare system, recruiting our next generation of military service members who will protect our country and have already done so, and so much more. Hispanic families in my district work hard, yet still struggle to afford food, prescription medicine, car insurance, or buy a home. We have to ensure that the labor that they put into our economy allows them to raise healthy families and thrive with legal status. Nuestras comunidades merecen líderes que se enfocan en lograr resultados, no en la política que nos divide. Juntos podemos proteger nuestra frontera, crecer nuestra economía y construir un sistema de inmigración que refleja lo mejor de quienes somos como americanos. Our communities deserve leaders who focus on results, not more ways to divide us. Together, we can secure our border, grow our economy, and build an immigration system that reflects the best of who we are as Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
And finally, one of our wonderful new members of the CAC, Representative Emily Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Emily Randall from Washington State, and I am proud to stand united with my colleagues in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus in support of Dreamers, in support of farm workers, in support of families. And I'm proud to stand in support of our communities with the people of Washington. In Washington State, where I was a legislator for the last 6 years, we know that immigrants make our communities stronger. That's why we've expanded our state financial aid programs to Dreamers and immigrants, because we know we cannot reach our workforce goals, our education goals, our economic goals without ensuring that everyone has access to education and opportunity. We know that we're facing a healthcare crisis, and without ensuring that our immigrant communities are safe and that Dreamers are being educated to become nurses and doctors, we will not be able to take care of our aging community, of our sick, of our vulnerable. We know that we have a housing crisis in Washington State, just like across the country. And without ensuring that our immigrant communities are safe, we will not be able to build the housing that we need. And just like everyone in Washington, immigrant families are struggling to afford rent. They are struggling to afford the chance to buy their first homes. And we need to ensure that we are building an economy that is thriving for all of us, from the middle out. I'm proud to be here standing alongside my colleagues against these dangerous attacks on our immigrant communities, on our neighbors, on our friends, on our fellow churchgoers, on our classmates in school, on our teachers. Because a frightened community does not make a community safer. I've heard stories as I've talked to immigrant activists in our communities of folks who are scared to go to their jobs at fish processing plants in Grays Harbor. They're scared to go to their jobs in the timber industry on the Olympic Peninsula. And they're concerned that there are rumors that ICE is seen at our Kingston ferry terminals. Folks are living in fear, and it is only forcing neighbors to live closed off, to not communicate with each other, to not feel safe to call law enforcement if they're facing abuse or if there's a crime on their street. We stand here united to ensure that everyone in our community is safe. Everyone in our community can trust that the government is looking out for them. Everyone in our community has the access to the tools that they need to build the lives that they dream of. I'm proud to be here with my colleagues, and I'm grateful to all of you for being here with us as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
De nuevo, estamos aquí para apoyar a los soñadores, a los trabajadores agrícolas y también a nuestra familia. Questions?
If I can ask a very specific question to New York, I mean, do you find that Mayor Eric Adams, in response to threats at schools, in response to Trump's birthright citizenship action, I mean, is he taking a hard enough stand and pushing back on this, as you all seem to think that you as Latinos and Democrats should be?
Well, he has said that that the city of New York will not cooperate with the massive deportation apparatus that's about to be put in place. And so I will take that as meaning that sensitive locations like schools, emergency room,
damn, this cat's hungry.
Will be
Did he eat all the seaweed?
Over here.
Yes, Pachi Valencia from Epoch Times Español. Is there any plan that you have as a Congressional Hispanic Caucus to do something for Dreamers? That's my first question. And my second question for Congressman Gabe Vasquez, is there any also bipartisan initiative with the Republicans in terms of border security?
We'll start with Congressman Vasquez.
Thank you for the question. And look, I can say that the Biden administration and Democrats in Congress, as well as Republicans in Congress, have all agreed that border security means investing in smart ways. That means technology along the border. My bill, the Stop the Fentanyl at the Border Act, which is a bipartisan bill, proposes to invest billions of dollars in technology to shore up our ports of entry, like mine in Santa Teresa. One of the things that the American public doesn't realize is that 90% of the drugs that come into this country are actually trafficked by American citizens through our ports of entry. And so inspection technology that actually uses AI technology and allows CBP agents at these ports to be able to interdict drugs before they come into this country, I believe is a bipartisan proposal that has been iterated in different pieces of legislation, including the Senate proposal that died, thanks to President Trump during the last administration. And so I do believe that we have room to work with Republicans on smart investments on the border if they truly want to solve this problem. But it has to start with dialogue and conversation with them. But I believe technology at the border, especially at our ports of entry, is one thing that we can both agree on. Thank you.
I'm Sonia Garcia. I'm from Houston, and I'm the sponsor of the DREAM Act. We've never stopped doing anything. We continue to fight to get the Dream and Promise Act passed. As you know, it's passed the House a couple of times. It just fails to get out of the Senate. In the Senate, even on the one that just passed yesterday, I just keep forgetting.
The Lake and Riley
Act. I mean, we worked on an amendment in the Senate to try to tack that on.
Still hungry.
Of course, it did not get through. So I don't stop any opportunity I can to continue to remind everyone, especially the Republicans, the Dream and Promise Act polls as high as 80% of Americans saying that dreamers should be protected and that dreamers deserve a pathway to citizenship. It's just that 50% of the people here aren't listening. When are we going to get 80% of Americans to agree on anything these days, right? Well, guess what? Dreamers. So I will keep working, as I said earlier, today, tomorrow, until my last breath, until we get that done.
And that will be one of our priorities right here.
I have a question for Mr. Espaillat. As an appropriator, Republicans are talking about putting a government funding package together that includes wildfire, government funding, debt limit, and border provisions. Are the border provisions a red line for the Hispanic caucus?
Well, first of all, the other side of the aisle is looking to do a lot of dastardly things at the appropriations table, including RAID and Medicaid funding, so they could provide a massive tax cut to the very rich, and they can fund their deportation apparatus. And so we will be discussing these items that I highlighted: dreamers, farm workers, and families at every juncture of government here, whether it is the appropriations process, reconciliation, debt limit, at all levels of discussions, we will be bringing these three elements that bring us all together, all the folks you saw here. There are other issues that are just as important, if not more. Birthright citizenship, TPS, and others. But those three, as Sylvia has said, dreamers poll in 80%. It's low-hanging fruit. No one should be having an adversarial discussion about that. So we will continue to bring it up at every opportunity we get.
So you have 46 Democrats voted yesterday for the Lake and Riley Act. More voted for the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. Leader Jeffries has said Democratic members are voting with their districts. But I'm wondering, do you think that Democratic leadership should be doing more when it comes to these and similar immigration bills, such as whipping members and other initiatives?
Democratic leadership met with us yesterday, and I think that they also agree that dreamers, farm workers, and families are three linchpins that are so important to our caucus, not just the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, but the Democratic Caucus in general, and that those will bring forward some consensus. Now, we're a very large, huge tent caucus. We have people from all walks of life. And so reaching consensus is often not easy. But I think with those three linchpins, we can do that, and I think leadership will be behind us. Right.
Hi, Maya Miller from the New York Times. To piggyback off of that, how are you planning to support this big tent of people that you have from different walks of life, like you said, and support frontline members like Mr. Vasquez, while also kind of holding true to the principles and values of the CHC as President Trump takes his second term?
I think that, for example, we will be in the future, very near future, meeting with the advocates. I think it's important that we also strengthen our position from the voices outside of even our very own districts from across the country. And we will be doing that. We will be meeting with the labor unions. I think it's important that we meet with labor as well. They play an important role in this discussion. So we will be reaching out far beyond our ranks to build consensus and to strengthen our voice as a caucus. I think we will accomplish that. And Mr. Vasquez just explained to you how he sees that the importance of border protection in his own particular district. And we could all agree that the border could be in better state. But we also agree that dreamers, farm workers, and families are important as well. Over here.
Are you working with school districts to combat ICE raids and ensure families aren't separated at their schools, especially in border states?
Well, I'm border state with Canada. And, our school board members, our Washington State School Superintendent, our legislature have all been engaged in conversation with the governor and attorney general and advocates, and I've been engaging in some of those conversations too. Every state is different, for what protective opportunities that they have. But I think it's important that we ensure that we are working closely with our colleagues at the state level and at the local level to center families, to make sure our communities are strong, to center farm workers, to center
Dude, your country sucks. They're not coming there.
To ensure that dreamers are safe in the classroom. And someone earlier mentioned the chronic absenteeism. That's a conversation, a bipartisan conversation that we've been having, since COVID. How do we bounce back from chronic absenteeism and, challenges in our schools? And this is only exacerbating that problem. This is only making students feel less safe in their classrooms and families less safe sending their kids to school. In 2017 and 2018, we in fact saw a grassroots effort of neighbors, non-immigrant neighbors, who would drive their big trucks to some families' homes to escort them to school because they were worried about what might happen on the way. And now that schools are no longer safe, folks are even more concerned. So we are having some of those conversations, but have to continue.
I just want to quickly add, again, I'm Sylvia Garcia from Texas. Until we see how these raids are conducted, remember, I think they just started this morning, some images were beginning to be on air. We can't combat, to use your words, raids that we don't really know yet. I think that the best thing that we can do right now is, again, monitor and speak up when we need to. And I know in my district I have probably about 12 different school districts, but we've touched base with all of them, and we've embarked on an education campaign to make sure that the school districts know what they should or shouldn't do, working together with their legal counsel, and then making sure that the people know their rights. Just because ICE comes knocking on the door doesn't mean you have to open it. Just because there's ain't a rain down there, to go, I don't know what they're going to do with them, but just because they're going to send them to school doesn't mean the school stops. So I think there's some do's and don'ts, there's some rights and responsibilities, and what's important is an education campaign. That's what we're doing now. Now, if we see something egregious, obviously we're going to speak out, and we'll work with all our local advocates. They're already.
Oh, they'll bust the door in.
And we're doing a series of workshops.
They're going to bust their doors fucking in like they have a warrant for them.
And I'm doing one, I think, Thursday.
Are you stupid, lady?
District work week will be about making sure that my constituents know their rights and responsibilities.
Well, your door hinges don't.
Thank you. And the CHC has put together a Know Your Rights pocket car in different languages, and it's a toolkit that we will be disseminating across the districts. Thank you so much for
I had a
being
question about your toolkit, actually. Can I ask the question?
Just very quickly.
Okay, I'm sorry. So where do people get information with your collective effort? Where do they know to go online to get help?
Well, for us, the Congressional caucus is our webpage. Any one of our members also have web pages. And most of us have already put a lot of those things online because some of us even started some of these workshops.
They could fucking control it. They waited too fucking long.
And again,
You're not in our country illegally. Fuck out.
Continue to work with all the other advocacy groups. Thank you all so much.
Seriously, fix your own fucking country before you come and ruin ours. They're not trying to assimilate to our cultures. They're trying to keep their own culture when they come here. Half of them aren't even trying to learn English. Let me roar, motherfucker. Yeah, not here. This ain't the place anymore for them. You gotta go home. Half these assholes lived in another country than the one they're claiming to flee. And they sold their house. They had a house. Do you have a... I don't have a house I can sell. I rent. They sell their car. They sell their house. They have shit. They come here to get more shit. Is that proof of that? Dude, yeah, I fucking live in a neighborhood full of Mexicans, okay? And a lot of them, their English is shit, okay? Dude, my neighbor that just moved out of here recently, his wife had lived here for like 18 years because their son was born in America and he was about to graduate high school. She would have to go get him to translate all the time, dude, because she couldn't understand well enough. And it's a lot of them are like that, dude. It might not be exactly 50%, but there's enough of them to be pissed off about it. My feelings, those aren't feelings. That's my observations in my neighborhood. That's mostly immigrants. Oftentimes the females aren't very good at speaking English at all. You know why? Because they have very sexist cultures. They don't want their females speaking English very well. That's fact. Look at their language. It's one of the most sexist languages there is. Spanish? Their words are male or female. So about 50% of them don't know English very well because about 50% of them are women. All right? But the men don't. A lot of the men don't learn it either. They learn just enough to get a job at a construction site. And the guy, her husband, actually didn't have like perfect English either. And he had been for 20 years or over 20 years, man. You're renting because you lost your house. No, I didn't lose my house mortgage to crypto, dude. I was renting because I didn't want to have a house at the time. And why do you keep bringing that up like you're trying to piss me off, dude? I'm over that. You seem like a troll because it's the third time you brought it up. It's weird. It'd be one thing if you just found the channel because of that video, but you admitted to thinking that you just bumped into me randomly off of it, like after seeing the video years ago. Dude, you're not going to upset me with it. I've cried the tears already, man. A long enough time has passed that I don't feel it anymore. Find something else. Super sad video. Oh, it's on 4chan of me right now? No way. Player here. Well, I don't know how you would have found this channel because it has nothing to do with this channel. That's odd. I don't have to, dude, I just told you that my study is my personal experience with a very immigrant-rich neighborhood. And I have felt like I live in their country since I've lived here. Everyone's very broken English. They might know a little bit, just enough to get by though. Can't have a full conversation with everybody around here. With a lot of them. I'm not talking like I live in ultra urbanized Long Beach, California. And my area is considered dense urban when it comes to urban. And it's mostly migrants. I'm not just talking about, I don't live in my basement like you probably do. I can see these people walking by all day long. Right here. I have a sidewalk. In the city. I mean, shut the fuck up, man. At work? What does that matter? You could be working in the basement. A bunch of these Democrat government employees are doing that. Are you one of them? There you go. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. 36% of Mexican migrants can speak English. So there's one statistic. So even less than I thought for the Mexicans. Pretty sure you go further south, there's going to be less English. Because the border towns are the most likely to have it. Maybe Cancun. The tourist locations. Why do you have so much skin in the game anyway? Why do people come in here trying to fight for migrants? I'm here just leeching off our systems. Meanwhile, we got homeless people all over the fucking city. Misappropriated funds in the billions, hundreds of billions probably at this point, for homelessness. But those funds don't get misappropriated for the migrants. They go straight to the NGOs, baby. The Deep South. They should have their own island. What? Christian for life. What? What does abortion rights have to do with kicking people out of the country? Like, did America have to pay for all these people to have kids here? Do you want to pay? Or can you afford to have a kid right now? I can't. Maybe you can though. So, but you want to fund a migrant to have a kid here? Because that's what we're doing. They're coming here to have kids and live off of us. Because yeah, they might have a job, sure, but when you're not making a certain amount of money, guess where all the money for the kid comes? It comes from us. The WIC, the food stamps, whatever the fuck else they're able to get. Well, the birth of the child, all the appointments for the kid after that. I want to see the doctor. We're footing the bill for that shit because they're low income. And how most of the money that they're making, or a lot of it, they're sending back home so that they can bring the rest of their family up. Or they're saving it so they can one day go back home and live like kings. They're already doing it. To think that they're not doing it is ignorant as fuck because it's already all this is already happening. It's been proven. They're building mansions back home.
Yeah.
That Ben dude from America's Voice went down there. Checked it out. I forget what country he was in looking at it, but I'm sure it's not the only one.
Yeah.
These are the J6ers? I thought this was fun.
Yeah.
Out here yelling though.
See how crazy it is. Hello, third of its kind. No problem.
They're here? This? I mean,
yeah, good to see you. Good to be here, third. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
no news. All right, thanks.
Well, the politicians are lining their pockets the whole time, becoming rich as shit. I mean, they're getting rich while we're having to pay for all these shits that they're wanting to do. None of them are hurting. No politician's hurting. As far as money.
You're welcome.
I'm
You're
out here
welcome,
eating my vegetables,
guys.
bro. But yeah, we're having somebody to take care of what? I don't know, you can't just leave on some other shit. So you just left on the argument we had earlier, and now you're starting some more shit? You're just like them, dude. You're fucking Antifa little shit, aren't you? You lose an argument and try to start a new one. So you conceding to that other argument then?
Yeah.
Asshole.
Yeah, you told me. Yep, these are the people, guys. Yep.
I don't even think you're at work.
Here you go tomorrow.
Prove it. us a picture in Discord of you at work with a sign that says kitty cam. You're not working at work. Yes.
All right.
There's no way you're at work. 0% chance. You had to get that fucking the hot pocket your mom just made for you, probably. If it burns the shit out of your mouth.
Take a walk.
Or it's still frozen.
Let's take a walk, guys. No, I don't see her. What time is it? 1:32, and still they're not here. I got this, guys. I got this. There's the people here. All right. No problem. Yeah. No problem.
Oh, is that her down?
It's in the bus. Gotcha. Yes.
You might want to pull that more adjacent to the curb.
Oh, okay.
Because you're really sticking out. I would line it up with that car that's behind you. Otherwise, you're going to get your rear end taken out.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sherry. All right. Leave my camera. Hold on. Let me actually put it. Let me actually put it here. All right.
Back, beast. Get back, beast.
All right, guys. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, the next street doesn't have parking. It's got to be that one. Okay. That one. Roy, never mind. Let's talk.
If I give him money to move, is that bribing and like it's up to jail for you?
He's a guard. He won't be able to. Get an update from you.
cat, get down here, Missy. The Ziwi on the right, I mean the left. Fancy Feast on the right. That is what it looks like out there now. It's a pretty dead scene. We got a heavy police presence. We're in San Antonio. That's exciting. Is there? Oh no.
Well, this move is...
How is DEI going to affect the children? No, not the children. We're going to have
sending a ripple
DEI
effect
for
with many
them.
families that feel diversity is important for their children to understand.
Diversity
New at
is
11 tonight, 10 TV's Angela Ann spoke with an expert on why that matters.
Fucking.
And it's also not shocking, but it
the
also
black person
hits on a very personal level.
Alice Mills-Mai is with Ellie Mental Health in Worthington. She says she fears the Trump memo that cuts funding for so-called DEI initiatives across all federal agencies will wipe away a critical piece children need as they grow.
Talk about the message then that this sends to our children.
Fuck on. I did just fine growing up without DEI being shoved down my throat.
And
I wasn't like, if anything, my dad was racist and I was like trying to convince him not to be racist. I mean, my school didn't have to shove shit down my throat for that to happen.
Two generations and your concerns about that.
When we talk about diversity, we are talking about diversity of thoughts, diversity of expression, diversity of body size. And so what this can send
You
to
know what
children
this is doing?
that the world...
It's making people... Here's what it's doing. It's happening. Before, I wasn't concentrated on how good a Mexican did, or how good a black person did at something, or how good any other race. I wasn't concentrated on that at all. It was like the person did the best, the person did the best. But now that they're trying to do this equality thing, now I'm looking more closely as to, well, how are the Mexicans doing their aptitude tests? How are the blacks doing? How are they? Like, why? Wait, hold up. Why are they getting the job? Hold up. They're not doing very hot over here, man. It's making us more racist, dude. You see what I'm saying? Because if they're gonna try to push this shit down our throats and give them equal rights, even if they're not equally fit for the job, it's gonna make us more racist. What the fuck are they thinking?
world has to be one place, or the world has to be a certain place. And it doesn't create empathy and the need for compassion in children, where you have to have empathy for somebody maybe who doesn't look like you, somebody who doesn't think like you, somebody whose family doesn't look like your family.
Mai says her concern moving forward.
We don't need that shoved down anybody's throat, though. That's just like common sense. That's like people used to just be like that. What happened? Or did we get more racist over time all of a sudden and they got to fix it? I don't think so. They're making us more racist with this shit, I think, dude, because sorry. Sometimes my earphone does that. I think I'm more racist now because of all this, actually, because it's pissing me off. I'm more racist since George Floyd because of all that shit too. BLM coming out and breaking shit for what?
Is how children will learn a new world where limitations are okay.
And sometimes when we talk about diversity, I use the example of, can you imagine if the only Legos that you can have is only color red and you cannot have anything else? And it's also only one size, like a little size, and it's color red. You cannot have round, you cannot have yellow, you cannot have orange, you cannot have any other, but only one color. What does that feel like, or what does that look like? That means that your creativity, of itself is going to be limited to what you are given. We can think about puzzles, like the pieces of puzzles, and that's what the world is about. So each person is holding a little piece of puzzle that you need to make your puzzle complete.
Time will tell how that puzzle turns out in the next 4 years. For 10 TV News, I'm Angela Ann.
Well, Alice Mills-Mai also says her concern is how some kids will internalize these changes, leading to self-harm. She advises parents to have those important conversations with their kids.
What the fuck are you talking about? The kids are going to start hurting them. Bro, man, I used to get picked on so fucking heavy in school. She's worried about kids hurting themselves over DEI being ended. This has 298 thumbs downs and only 60 thumbs up. And the fucking top comment is a mental health expert. You mean an expert on DEI grifting, right? Second comment. The damage has been DEI CRT telling minority kids they're victims. Instead, tell them they can become anything they want to be. Let's change this corrupt education system that will actually help kids to learn. Stop spreading this nonsense. You've already lost the trust of your viewers. Now you're insulting us. I think your mental health expert needs a visit to a mental health expert. This is actually a fantastic lesson for kids. They should know early on that to get anywhere in life, you have to be good and smart. In most cases, and that they have as good a chance as anyone to succeed. What a joke. Get out of here with this bullshit. Came here for the comments because literally nobody buys this stuff. Looks like I'm early this time. 24 minutes ago. DEI, hell no. MEI, merit, excellence, intelligence, hell yes. These are the exact people who are the problem. Dude, it looks like these people are finally losing, man. The viewers are just all... What are you doing? Come here! Dude, she's halfway on my lap with her feet. So he came up here and just jumped off. Yeah, she's laid. I thought she was going to jump onto my lap any minute now, but she's just chilling on the armrest. Tapping my crotch. Dude, I did not train her to do that. She does weird things like lick my nipples and pat me on the penis. I don't know why she does that. No, man. Oh, baby, she doesn't know any better. She thinks it's her mama's nipple. Oh, come here. Come here. Okay. So that was a good little story to watch. I gotta be a downvote for it though. Let's help them out. Okay, this car is gonna be your car for the rest of your life no matter what. I don't know what it's gonna be, but this is it. It's gonna be free. You have to pay insurance, you have to pay maintenance. But this is all you get for the rest of your life. What's it going to be?
In Transit got a turbocharged 3.8 liter V6
Are you okay
with a
with it?
4-speed automatic.
Okay.
It's got a sports
That's pretty
suspension.
sweet, actually.
It's got GNX badging. It's got air conditioning. Here we go.
Grand National.
Ah,
Those are kind of rare.
Come around 10, 15. 10, 15, 20.
We got. How much we got?
25. Yeah, 25,000. Here we go. Yeah, 25.
Damn, it's going pretty fast.
25, 30, not 5. 30, 5, give it that 2.
No 30?
32, 5. Yeah, 32.
Maybe a decent little grocery getter. Big ass trunk. It's auto? Well, Ted, that's too bad. This is what you're getting. You're not allowed to sell it. Man, it's not worth very much, is it? Yeah, it doesn't make you get so high.
Now 40. Yeah, 40,000 on 40. And now 38.
Nice and shiny, though.
40,000. I got 8 up here. You got to be 40 if I don't break it up. 40,000 y'all through. And y'all
Oh, a G and X? Dude, I had one of those on Gran Turismo. Those are nice.
So $38,000 entered at
lot number 6.
Little sleeper. Live, by the way. You could have bought that car right now. Blake and Riley Act. Signing ceremony. Down on the corner. Just crisping that up a little bit.
Did you find it? No. I tried to drag the view. Went to the top floor.
I just need bowls out.
Yeah, you were like Batman on top of
Oh, hey, is that person still here? Oh, shit to me earlier? Miss Bungle. Man, I saw that weed you posted. That's a pretty good deal, man. It looks like you're getting pretty much maybe the same quality as this for like, is that with tax it's $50? Are you getting it from a clinic? Or are you getting it from, where are you getting that from?
Officers in the front row, if you guys could just be mindful of.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I wonder what I'm talking about. Join Discord. Come become part of the community.
The gallery says to get.
You're only halfway part of the community if you're just in here. Just can't message you when.
Still think they rule the world.
You can't message us. That was really like yesterday when you posted those pictures of the, like I didn't see they were there till today, but I looked at them this morning and was like, wow. I don't know why I guess I don't have links on for that channel. Or you don't have the link. Christian. Maybe that's what it is.
You got Jeffrey? We found a picture of Jeffrey, my neighbor, for that street. That's got a house on our street. Yeah, he popped it. I was eating, and then I showed up there and saw him walking through the inside school. What? Inside school. Yeah, the gym floor coffee shop.
You?
Oh, where they make the popcorn? Yeah.
What? Oh, wait a minute, where's an A? Where's the B when you don't get A? What's happening right now?
And you got. That's the head of.
So he was walking towards Dirksen.
Yeah, he's walking towards staircase that goes down. So he's leaving.
Why does that song always go through my head, dude? What is? I never even watched that show. I didn't even know what it was about. What is this guy talking about? Bro. Where are you people coming from? And do I really have a post on 4chan that people are bringing up my old ass crypto loss? I noticed it was getting some views the other day. I got a comment on it. That's how I do. Every time the crypto season comes around, I start getting views on my crypto loss video. Hey, what a day, dude! I ended up eating that pizza MRE, dude, to just like kick me in the nuts a little bit more. It was gross, man. Like, I lose $47,000 and I go and eat a pizza MRE. It's an odd stream. Dude, that's how I started going to 4chan. I was into crypto really heavy, and I mean, sometimes you can make a ton of money following biz because all of a sudden they would see somebody say something, you get in early enough. I mean, they'd usually pump and dumps, but you gotta be super careful with that shit though, because oftentimes you'd be trying to scam motherfuckers too. To go look at the white paper and shit, and like, make sure it doesn't have a ton that was pre-released. Worst thing right on was Pop-Tarts. What? No way, dude. Dude, were you ever in the service though? I wasn't in the Army, the Marines, where I would have had to eat MREs like that. But I've been out in the ocean and had to eat like freeze-dried eggs before. So I can kind of imagine, because we ran out of eggs, I can kind of imagine what it'd be like to like not have any American food. Pop-Tart. That tastes the same no matter what side of the country you're on or the world you're on. It would taste like home. It would be one of the one things in there that would taste like home. Like the Skittles are, or like certain things in there that taste like home. You wouldn't be able to get in the combat zone. I think people would. I think the troops would appreciate the Pop-Tart. I remember I would buy Pringles whenever I was in Austria because it was one of the only American chips they had. There weren't many American items. I have a ton of MREs in there I need to eat. They're past their inspection date. Meow. Dude. Go on. Oh my god. It looks like I tagged him. You know, I just figured out his congratulations. I wanted to so is mine. Well, not in Vietnam though. Vietnam era. Because he doesn't understand scale. It does preserve the chips better that way. No, it's totally for that. I believe it is. Otherwise, they would get all crumbled up. It's a very fragile chip. If you were to put a bunch of those in a bag, they would definitely turn into dust in shipping. It's It's like potato powder that's reconstituted into a chip shape. They're pretty brittle. And
Sorry, sir.
the European market. Oh.
I'm not actually going to take
Oh, you're saying you wonder if that's why Pringles are sold to the European market because they ship better. That's a good possibility actually. Makes a lot of sense. Think about that, because other chips would probably crumble in the bags.
Here I am. I'm one of you guys now. We just missed it. This is where
Yeah, they probably do. Yeah, they probably do. They're so processed. But them salt and vinegar ones are banging. I got a crick in my neck a little bit. What's this?
because Billy Joel just announced a concert in DC.
I think I slept wrong. It hurts on one side of my neck, you know?
Thank you.
Crick.
Yeah, that's why.
I remember having a crick in my neck so bad at school when I was a kid once that I had to like stay like this all day. Walking around like this. But if I try to push it up, it'd hurt too bad. It ain't like that. It feels tight on this side. It wants it to pull this way, kind of.
Billy Joel is coming. He's coming here.
Oh, they are totally stoked about the Billy Joel news.
It's a Friday night, they're not in session. Okay, I already checked.
This reminds me of the old school satellite days where you could see the newscasters, the news wasn't like in between breaks with the commercials. Prison swap between USA and Taliban freed 2 Americans in exchange for a Taliban figure imprisoned for life in California. What the fuck, man? Stop going to fucking places where you can get locked up, Ed, and we gotta trade you for people. I had news up, actually. I think we just stopped our citizens from going to some countries.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. And he's from Europe. He's from Washington. We met at a really campus.
Okay, the U.S. Did you know that the U.S. government restricts all travel to North Korea for American citizens?
You know that song I love her?
Like, we're literally banned from going there. Is it though? Is that the only one? North Korea, Iran, Syria, Yemen, and Libya. It says they have restrictions on holders. It doesn't say they can't go. We should be allowed to go to Russia. Should be allowed to go. Where else? Egypt is even risky. It's so close to the Middle East. only country we should be able to go to in the Middle East is Israel. I think we can go there without a passport. I mean, without a visa. You can actually move there without any kind of special permission, I think. Because they want to incorporate it with Americans rather than Muslims or Palestinians, I should say. Not all Palestinians are Muslims. 99% of them.
Is that because I made him ride the sidecar? Hacker drive?
Regular party up in here. Ain't nothing like a White House party. Yeah, Russell, thanks for stopping through and saying hi. I wish I could help them more, man. I don't know how to help them more. One of them's crippled, one of them's pregnant. They just come by at arbitrary times, though, so... Oh, hey, Mark. Yeah, how is she? I know she's getting better, dude. I would like to go to Egypt to see the pyramids and such. Yeah, but why? Because it's a matter of national security, dude. Like, is the population's ability to go, oh wow, is that worth our national security? Wow, look at that. Yeah, that really is amazing. Allah Akbar, you're ours now. I'll trade you for somebody later. I don't know, you're the same dude that said the facts over feeling shit earlier, or what? I don't know, a different name? Talking about feelings? Is that you two? You just changed your name up? How many accounts do you have? Why are we talking about cannabis now? I had to return. Well, the facts to me are that Egypt is not the safest place for Americans to travel. Africa in general. Why is there a reason to go to Africa? Or the Middle East? Or are there any dangerous... Russia, an Asian country. Why go there? Mexico. I go to Mexico. All these countries want to come here. We have no reason to spread the gospel. We don't need to spread the gospel in Mexico. They're doing it already. We already, like, the whites already planted that seed a long time ago. Them and the Spanish. whites and the Spanish first, of course, then the whites. I say the whites, the Europeans, which predominantly are white. So now they're already doing they're doing it now. They're down there doing it themselves. They got a statue that they walk with, worshiping it and shit in that one town. Like, they do all kinds of that. You don't need to go down there for anything anymore. Like, I get, like, when we went down to whatever, South America, the Nick Shirley. Is that necessary, though? Don't we have our own people that could be getting helped by these churches? The churches really need to go to foreign countries can these countries start helping themselves? I will go and clean it. Have you looked into the price for those things, dude? No. Just get some yourself and fucking get a friend to watch it or something with a heart rate monitor and a cuff. Figure it out, man. Figure out what you need to do it here. You know what I'm saying? I looked into it. It's tens of thousands of dollars for that treatment. It's stupid. I looked into the one that was recommended on the Joe Rogan podcast. Both of the clinics were expensive. Yeah, 3,000 to 5,000. Still way too expensive, dude. Unless it'd be super weird being in Mexico doing that shit. Like, I'm about to go under pretty much with Mexicans surrounding me. They're knowing their second language is English. That is their third language. I want to be around English-speaking people in America if I'm going to be doing some fucking obligating, dude. Out of my mind. Cutting out my fucking kidney.
I think they're pre-setting and then the boss was here. Anyone else cares to overhear that?
It's like I wouldn't go to the Amazonian rainforest to do ayahuasca. You can do that shit in America. I'd rather be around American hospitals if anything goes wrong.
It doesn't look that.
I would be in the middle of the jungle. Some witch doctor.
It like doesn't look bad.
Dude, you probably grow that shit in your backyard, man. It's from a plant, right? It comes from the Tatura plant, right? The white flower?
Here, I can walk. We've got pictures. She's nowhere here. Leave the speakers on.
Same one. Oh, it's a different plant. Our plant is the Tabernathe iboga, an evergreen shrub native to Central America. Or there you go. Grow one of these bad boys in your backyard. Or inside. Not all ayahuasca is equal. What do you mean? What would be different about it? You have a DMT containing root bark and an MOAI containing leaf or whatever you want. You could have a seed or Syrian rue seed or coffee leaf, CAAPI. Those are easy to get here and legal.
Hey, Corinne.
Combination. See, that's just like I said. You could have different MAOIs and different types of plant matter that contain DMT. Like ayahuasca. Acacia capucha is one wood. Mimosa hostilis is another wood, and there are even grasses that have DMT in them. There are a ton of stuff that have DMT, but it's just not in high concentration.
Getting a little bit tighter. Is that better? Is that better for you all? Yep.
We go. We even have DMT in us, which is why the high only lasts for 10 minutes. Because our body's already used processing it. Any chemical that you make internally, your body can process very fast.
Good day. I'm going to sign slowly to tell me so I can.
He signed it. That's cool. Nice cuffs.
And then everybody gets one with pretend that they reuse.
Oh, she got the first pin. Oh, shit. Go, girl.
We're not talking about college football today, so I love you all. We're in the basketball now. Yes, I know. New season. Skinny tape right here is where I work. What's it? Skinny tape right there. Yeah, that's what this guy. Let me just say, as we're here today, that we're really grateful. This will be the first bill signed by the president. Mike Collins did extraordinary work for Georgia. All the Georgia delegation worked so hard on this. This is the right thing to do. It's a really important moment for the country, and it's always good when the right thing is also the popular thing. And this is what the American people demand and deserve. They want accountability. They want us to address the human catastrophe that has come from the broken, wide-open border that Biden, Harris, Mayorkas, and the team did for the country. And we are so grateful. We have a new commander-in-chief, a new sheriff in town, who is willing to stand for border security, safety, the sovereignty of the American people, and that we have all these strong leaders in Congress who are standing with the president to get this job done for the American people. This is our priority. It's the country's priority, and it is the right thing to do. Our hearts, our prayers continue for Lakeland's family.
Jabuya was here. Oh my God.
By the violent criminals who have been allowed to come across that border. And we're going to stop it. And it begins today.
Oh,
so thank you
no.
all.
She thinks she can just like fight this shit. She does the same shit to Simon. You gotta learn. You're being so bitey. Man, not even lunchtime yet. Left marks. Left some marks. Why is their audio so bad? I don't know. That's it? Wait, we're not gonna get to see the president sign it? What kind of dumb shit is that? Oh, we got a poll.
Because they know that it is not popular with the American public, particularly people who have attacked police officers during the January 6th
I don't think
riots.
you should have done that. I don't think you should have released people that
always
attacked
appreciate your research.
police and busted in
Coming
the
up, the deep
doors
freeze
of
down
the
south, the struggle to clear
government
roads
building.
and restore
I don't
power,
think you
and
should have
how
done
long
that.
the deadly
He's
temps are
probably
expected
right.
to last.
A large percentage of people probably don't think you should have done that. No, he did that meeting via internet. He wasn't actually there. What do you want? You just bit me. Huh? What do you want? No, get out of here. Bit me. He's gonna come sit and act like nothing happened. Better lick my toe first. Who's the boss? Biatch! This grant program, dude, she bit me hard.
I was told to wait till the camera's on. Everybody's ready. Everybody's good. It is my pleasure
Simon, get her.
to
just
invite you here today for this ribbon cutting, for this announcement. I'm Steve Davis, founder of the Will Group. We started our company. I was a ambitious young broken-down football player in the early 1980s with an idea that I could come to this mecca called Chicago, the greatest city in the world. It has the greatest system of higher education. It's got this great body of water, great transportation infrastructure. And by the way, it snowed more in Florida than it has in Chicago, so the weather's getting better. So this has been my home. We had the great fortune of starting our own business. Somehow I just thought that I could bring manufacturers together with customers. To work with great people, and the people of the Will Group
grow during fire and provide also Illinois.
Oh no, those people talking, they showing me nothing. Oh, do they go in more about this Haitian?
Well, President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown is off to a fast start. Fox News has learned that in a 33-hour period between Tuesday morning and Wednesday night, ICE agents arrested over 460 migrants, many with long criminal histories. But these operations aren't just limited to Boston. They're taking place all over the country. Bill Malugin is getting an exclusive look at this massive, important operation in the sanctuary city of Boston. Live now to Bill.
Well, Emily, we've heard officials here in Boston and in Massachusetts say repeatedly they are not going to cooperate with ICE or mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. And ICE says, well, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to cooperate with us. We're still going to go into your city and we're going to do the job. And we were with ICE Boston yesterday for about 10 hours as we got to watch them firsthand carry out immigration enforcement. Take a look.
Good morning, everyone.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
This
One
guy,
of those threats
I thought they
is
were
this
going to go in
illegal
more on
alien
him
from
though.
Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
Please do not.
I thought they were going to talk more about that guy though.
88 hours. And
they came on the city.
An
It's
illegal
Times in centuries, he said
crime Emily or sets your DVR.
Man,
also,
on,
don't forget to subscribe.
bro. He was on that guy. That's what really mattered. It's getting windy out there. Will those bowls stay put? Uh-oh, Colombia declares state of emergency.
The Colombian military desperately trying to evacuate citizens and sending in troops, as violence between two armed groups has consumed the Catatumbo region near the border with Venezuela. At least 80 dead and an estimated 30,000 displaced from their homes. Some forced to find refuge across the border in Venezuela after days of intensified clashes.
Come to America! Come to America! We'll save you! She can suck on my nipples.
Fighting primarily between a guerrilla group called the National Liberation Army, or ELN, and another force that splintered off from Colombia's notorious FARC rebels, which laid down arms in 2016.
In 2016, Colombia signed a historic peace accord that put the country towards a path of far more stability. What has happened in the past 5 days is that some of the groups that were not part of that peace process have decided to have an all-out combat with each other.
The two groups have long battled for control of the region, which accounts for about 15% of the country's coca production, according to the Associated Press.
Is that all coca?
Lucrative drug routes. The fighting drawing concerns from human rights officials.
Beautiful fields of
Hay
coca.
ataques indistintos a combatientes y a personas civiles que son señaladas de colaborar con un grupo o con el otro.
This is actually going to make you feel more sorry for migrants, though. It's not good. It's not good.
Massive shelters like this one at a
Gives the
stadium.
Antifa rioters more fucking reason to break shit.
Colombia's President Gustavo Petro visiting the region on Friday, accusing the ELN of war crimes and suspending peace talks. Petro, who had promised a new era of total peace.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
When are we starting up with they haven't deported enough of them yet. That's why. Once the numbers get up there, no justice, no peace is going to get up there. Oh, Senate votes. The Senate's voting for Hexeth.
Mr. Kennedy, aye.
They be voting. Boom, boom, boom. They be voting. They be voting. They be voting. Oh, can you really?
The yeas are 74. The nays
I'd like to try that.
25.
Actually,
the nomination.
I would like to chew on some with some whatever, some lime or whatever the fuck I need to chew on, like they do it.
I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Radcliffe nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the president be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Somebody send me some of that. Send me some coca leaf. I'll do it on the fucking stream.
Mr. President. The Democrat leader.
Mr. President, if there was one word that should never, ever describe a Secretary of Defense, it is erratic. But that is the one word that describes Mr. Hexeth best. Advancing a Secretary of Defense is one of the most important votes senators are going to take all year. This man has lives in his hand. Lives of citizens, lives of people of the world, and lives of the brave men and women in our armed forces. So I want my colleagues to think carefully of all the people we could have as Secretary of Defense.
Is it legal?
Is Pete Hegseth
Mark.
really the best one we've got? Come on, you know he isn't. You know he's not even close. Is this the best man we have to lead the greatest military in the world? Is this man, with a known history of excessive drinking, the guy you want at the other end of the phone at 2 a.m. in a crisis? In control of the nuclear codes? Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? Is this the man with a mile-long list of allegations of abusing, degrading, and harassing women who you want to be leading our men and women in battle? Is this the man with a track record of erratic behavior, the best
maybe you can't send it
you think the members of our military deserve as a leader? Is this the man with a truly horrific and devastating lack of judgment, the best you think our country our fighting men and women deserve. Pete Hegseth has proven to lack the necessary morality, sense, judgment. So I plead with some of my Republican colleagues just to answer me this. Do you think this is the best person for the job? Do you think this is the best person we have to lead the best military in the world? I yield the floor.
You would have sold it long before now, though, Mark, more than likely.
Will report the motion to invoke closure.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Peter Hegseth of Tennessee to be Secretary of Defense, signed by 17 senators.
He's from Tennessee? Oh,
Pursuant
shit,
to
I
Rule
didn't even know
22,
that.
the chair now directs the clerk to call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn.
So now they gotta
Mr.
see who's
Blumenthal,
there,
Ms.
how many
Blunt
people are there
Rochester,
to see
Mr. Booker,
what,
Mr.
how many
Bozeman,
votes they need
Mrs.
for it to
Britt,
be a win or
Mr.
not.
Budd,
Right?
Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy,
Because if people
Ms.
aren't there, then
Collins,
they lose their
Coons,
vote, right?
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer.
I've been
Mr.
learning a little
Crapo,
bit watching these
Mr.
things.
Cruz,
I think.
Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines.
Oh, you
Ms.
think so?
Duckworth,
You think they're gonna make it
Mr. Durbin,
like the
Ernst,
fucking Speaker of the House
Mr. Fetterman,
was
Mrs.
when
Fisher,
it was McCain,
Mr.
not McCain,
Gallego,
but McCarthy,
Mrs. Gillibrand,
and
Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty,
God, how
Ms.
am I forgetting
Hassan, Mr. Hawley,
They used to say it a certain
Mr.
way.
Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper,
Other
Ms.
dude,
Hirono, Mr. Hoven,
Loser.
Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr.
Jeffrey
Johnson, Mr. Justice,
right?
Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim,
Jeffrey.
Mr. King,
His name's
Ms.
Jeffrey.
Klobuchar, Mr.
Oh,
Langford,
Jeffrey doesn't hurt anything.
Mr. Lee,
Jeffrey, somebody would like to try
Mr.
Jeffrey.
Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
Jeffrey never hurt
Mr.
anybody.
Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell,
The Jeffrey
Mr.
man.
McCormick,
That's a Jeffrey
Mr.
man.
Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
Get him to the Greek, dude.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff,
I've seen one
Mr.
band at the Greek
Padilla,
Theater.
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr.
Jurassic
Reed,
5.
Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr.
A
Sanders,
rap group.
Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune.
Are you fucking
Mr.
ready?
Tillis,
They're not gonna drag
Mr.
it out. This is it.
Tuberville, Mr.
The
Van Hollen,
final
Mr. Warner,
countdown.
Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden.
Are they gonna? Do they have to vote on whether or not they're gonna vote? They're gonna vote on whether or not they're gonna vote, and whether or not they're gonna vote.
Mr. Young.
A quorum is present. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Peter Hegseth of Tennessee to be the Secretary of Defense shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will now call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
What?
Ms. Baldwin.
Did we just fucking
Mr.
call
Banks.
the roll? What's the difference? The quorum and the roll. Fucking McMitchy, man.
Mr. Barrasso.
Could they just have a button for this? Fingerprint detecting button.
Mr. Bennett.
So they have to get to their
Mrs.
button
Blackburn.
for it to work. I mean, my phone can just type on damn fingerprint. Why can't they have a fucking ticket? Oh, why is our government so slow, dude? This should have been done fucking 10 minutes ago. Just. Yep, all here, all good, all accounted for. Let's start her up. And then they can vote that quickly, too. Fingerprint detected buttons. They could easily have something that's like the phone has built into a button. At least does.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Make these motherfuckers. Why is Bernie Sanders one of the only ones there? Sitting down, ready for class. Bernie, I was just... Oh man, why are you getting up? We won't.
I do. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. I did. You were no.
No.
Or shall I?
What are you trying to act like you're gonna attack me?
You're an eye. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. I got you.
Lomasai.
Thank you.
The kids, the runners, they go in some kind of order because the chick just moved closer to the decks. Now she's the
Mrs.
first.
Capito.
She's the next one to run something somewhere.
Mr. Cassidy.
Wants to be he wants to be one of them one day, doesn't he?
Thank you. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
It would be an
Mr.
interesting
Cornyn.
seat to
Ms.
witness
Cortez Masto.
stuff from, sitting down there on the
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer.
on the steps like that.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth.
On both sides too.
Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman.
Aren't they like
Mrs. Fisher. Mr.
the same
Gallego.
area
Mrs.
as the
Gillibrand.
other ones? The other
Mr.
ones are
Graham.
scooted closer to the desk.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven.
How they get
Mr.
that
Houston.
job? They all have to wear the same looking
Mrs. Hyde
outfit,
Smith.
suit, and
Mr.
tie,
Johnson.
black
Mr.
shoes.
Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly.
Named.
Okay, thanks.
Why
Mr. Kennedy, Mr.
don't
Kim.
they have the
Mr. King.
button? And it's good enough for the
Ms.
UN to
Klobuchar,
have a
Mr.
button.
Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, sorry, Mr. Moran,
Oh my gosh, she misgendered
Moreno.
her for a second. You're fired.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. I got him. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch.
He's dragging out as this lady.
Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt.
Why is our government still ran like a fucking
Mr.
first
Schumer,
grade
Mr.
class?
Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
Ran like a fucking
Shaheen.
elementary school class.
Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune.
So much wasted time doing this
Mr.
shit.
Tillis, Mr. Tuberville,
The way they
Mr. Van
do it.
Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
I think people just like hearing their names be
Ms.
called.
Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse,
So
Mr. Wicker,
powerful.
Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Come on, lady, why are you stopping? You have to mark people that aren't here.
Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Cornyn,
Oh, that was the vote?
Crapo, Cruz.
We can't even hear them
Curtis,
vote?
Daines, Fisher,
Whack.
Graham,
They just
Grassley,
voted,
Hawley,
apparently.
Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Senators voting in the negative.
Okay, so, okay, they voted.
Baldwin,
They voted.
Bennett, Blunt
At least.
Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden.
Oh, they lose.
Mr. Merkley, no.
The A's have it.
Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no.
Didn't I have a timer? This just ran different than the Congress. Why couldn't we hear them voting though? Like they normally have a timer in Congress where you see like, how much time they have left to get their vote in.
Ms. Rosen, no.
What makes it nearly impossible? Them doing it in person, or them doing it with their voice? But I mean, after the vote was done, people would see who was voted for what still, so they would see if there was a problem in the system. If they had some sort of fingerprint recognition button at each desk for what? Why are you being so weird? I'm not okay. Right there. Our system's antiquated, dude, with where technology is today. Technology moved, but the government moved with it. The UN did. They have a button. So, why don't we have a button? Everybody needs a button in my military. Although they have a button. Never mind. It's these people that need a button, the politicians. Buttons. Locked and loaded. What the fuck is going on now? Let's do this. Can we go ahead and do this?
Mrs. Blackburn, aye.
Oh, kitty. No.
Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Heinrich,
no.
No.
I think we'll probably close this one. We need like 7.
Mr. Van Hollen,
10 minutes. So
no. Ms. Also Brooks, no.
or sorry, 3:10. Is that right?
Mr. Schiff,
No.
no.
How do you know it's getting close?
Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Hirono? No. Ms. Duckworth, no.
Miss Duckworth. She like an expert back in the day at what a duck was worth. Her ancestry, her lineage. Back in the day, you'd kill a duck, and you'd be like, "Hey, I got this duck matey. Oh, take it to that lady.
Mr. Markey?
See what it's worth."
No.
She's the expert.
Mr. Schatz? No.
Duck's worth used to be worth much more, though, back in the day. Just like cats. No! Dude, she doesn't have any manners.
Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Murphy? No.
Why don't we just put yogurt inside of something that we just inject into our mouth? Arrgh. I could totally see this. Like, I could put this in a big old syringe, like a syringe. It'd be better than those tubes. You know those tubes they put them in, the Go-Gurt things, and you like squeeze it up it. No, I want to be able to take that bad boy and plunge it into my mouth. Like, ah! I want to break the sound barrier like that. It'd be good for like if you're on a run, marathon, you need some quick energy. Take that straight right to the
Mr.
dome.
Haggerty, aye.
So smooth. It's too smooth. I could eat all of it. I could literally just take all the things out of my fridge right now and eat all of them. I have probably 10 more of those. It's dangerous. This is the less sugar one too. Only natural ingredients, made with real fruit. Of course it's got natural flavors in there though, doesn't it? Let me see. Yep.
Mr. Bozeman, aye.
Who knows what that is?
Mrs. Gillibrand? No.
Get back in, man. Get back in, man. No. Friend.
Mr. Kelly, no.
Because they're assholes. That's why.
Mr. Durbin, no.
What other reason is it?
Mr. Moran. Aye.
We should at least have a tally, an on-screen tally going right now. That they give us, they furnish us.
Mr. Blumenthal. No.
Like the UN does. See where the votes are. Or even the Congress does that. Why is the Senate like this with no tally? Does anybody have a tally anywhere? The fire getting done? Laguna?
TOC, just making sure you got us.
Mr. Kramer.
Making sure Melissa has us
Aye.
as well. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Melissa, you got us? Now I got to start that whole shot over again. Yes, I can hear you. I always could hear you.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes.
Oh shit. Oh shit. What does that mean?
Nomination.
It's done.
Department of Defense, Peter Hegseth of Tennessee to be secretary.
There it is. Wow, that was close.
You want me to? The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the confirmation of my constituent and friend, Pete Hegseth. Last week, during his 4.5-hour confirmation hearing, America saw exactly why President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth to be our next Secretary of Defense. Pete is patriotic, smart, he's an energetic leader. His priority is our warfighters and having their backs by focusing the Department of Defense on lethality and competence rather than extraneous political and social issues. He's the type of leader that can inspire, recruit, and retain the absolute best talent America has to offer. Despite Pete's qualifications, the mainstream media, desperate to derail President Trump and his
knows
nominee,
what I'm saying when I
has
say,
gone
"Are you
after
hungry?"
Pete's character by airing
She ran
false
down.
and unsubstantiated claims. Take, for example, the article published Tuesday, just this week, by the New York Times. Despite the salacious and misleading headline in this paper, buried beneath 13 paragraphs of slanderous allegations, the Times actually disclaims the entire story with a direct quote from the supposed victim herself, denying the allegations against Pete, saying, quote, "There was no physical abuse in my marriage." Yet look at this headline. Hegseth, ex-in-law, claims he was abusive to second wife, even though in the same article, the second wife disclaims all of this. This isn't journalism. Take a moment to think about this. This is a hit job. The New York Times intentionally ran with a salacious and debunked account, buried the truth, and distorted the lead simply to undermine President Trump and his nominee. The New York Times is not alone. Unfortunately, NBC News, The Hill, Politico, and even the Associated Press all chose to run this same salacious, false headline instead of the facts. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised. This is the type of misleading and often unequivocally false reporting that we've learned to expect from the left-leaning media. The American people remember that the New York Times is the same publication that denied and suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story leading up to the 2020 election. It's the same paper that endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, the same paper that endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024. You know, the American people are sick and tired of the deception stemming from this alliance between the Democrat Party and the so-called mainstream media. This is yet another example of a story published with an aim to do harm, and despite evidence to the contrary. It's why media has lost much of its credibility with the American people, who see this article for what it is, a desperate, last-minute attempt to generate controversy where none exist. Pete Hegseth is someone who's going to fix the Pentagon and deliver on President Trump's vision of peace through strength. He's exactly the type of leader that the Pentagon needs in the face of an increasingly complex and escalating security situation that's occurring around the world. So while I'm disappointed, I'm not surprised at this 11th hour attempt by the media to raise debunked and completely discredited falsehoods simply with an aim to derail a confirmation. I urge my colleagues to see through this noise, evaluate Pete's nomination based on the merits, which is why I plan to vote for Mr. Hegseth.
Oh, that was a vote to see if they were going to vote.
The absence of a quorum.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Will the senator withhold his request?
Yes. Move to vitiate the quorum.
The senator from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to reiterate what my colleague from Tennessee just talked about, the importance of the vote that we just took just a few minutes ago. Our nominee for new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Now, the procedure is, as we just voted, to close the vote, and now we wait 30 hours from just a few minutes ago and have the final vote on his nomination, which it looks like that he has the votes of a majority to be appointed or sent to the White House to be confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and I've watched 4 years of the destruction of the best military in our world, the United States of America. It is a shame what has happened. The DEI, the woke agenda that's being pushed on the troops in our country, to me is embarrassing. I'm a military brat. My dad died on active duty in the military, awarded 5 Bronze Stars and a Purple Heart at age 17, driving a tank across Europe after landing the first day at Normandy. We have to change course in our military. You know, we can talk about inflation and pumping gas and the crime and all the things that we're having a lot of problems with. But if you don't have a strong military to protect our borders and protect the citizens in our country from adversaries all over the world, we got problems. And it's got to start there. Pete Hegseth is the choice, the right choice. I like his age. I like his demeanor. I like the things he brings to our military. He's exciting, and he will energize this military into the next decade. And I'm excited about that. So hopefully in about 30 hours, we'll vote tomorrow night around 9 o'clock, and we'll vote to confirm Pete Hegseth is our new Secretary of Defense.
I vote until tomorrow night?
Now, I'd like to turn to national security threats in our nation's agriculture sector and food supply chains.
That sucks.
I'm on the Ag Committee. Over the past few years, the United States has experienced a rapid increase in foreign investment in the agriculture sector, particularly from China. We have to open our eyes. Bad things are happening around us. Growing foreign investment in agriculture and other essential industries like healthcare and energy is a direct threat to our country's national security. You know, for years now, I've been sounding the alarm about foreign ownership of American farmland and other elements of our food.
Dude, let's go. I thought they were going to do it at least in a minute, or they had done it, or they were about to do it. It took them that long just to decide if they were gonna fucking talk about it.
I want to hear about Sherry feeding the audience, but I'd much rather have IFB so the desk can talk to us. All right, I think we can start heading over to Eden Canyon. Are we following that plane, or are you gonna overtake them?
Hey guys, my name is Madi and you are welcome to Madi Speaks. Today, we're going to be reacting to these crazy individuals who are having unreasonable meltdowns simply because of Trump's inauguration. Let's get into it.
So you telling me Trump's inauguration is on the day of Martin Luther King Jr. Day?
No. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is on Trump's inauguration day. I fixed it for you. If you knew how to read a book or look up something or, you know, do a little research, you would be able to understand what day inauguration day always is on. Pretty consistent. Martin Luther King Day, not consistent.
Am I on the wrong side of TikTok? Because I ain't seen nobody talk about this.
I wish I didn't see you talk about it. The uninformed amongst us. What app are y'all going to so I can go to the opposite?
Like what? Why? How? This is not a coinky dink.
See, this is a problem. People like this have no idea about historical or anything in this country that has any value. They just want to complain. Be victims, professional victims. But Martin Luther King Day and Trump's inauguration day being on the same day is creme brulee, icing on the cake. Let's get at them.
Tell me you're ignorant without telling me you're ignorant, okay? So this woman, who sounds American, by the way, so I'm assuming she was born and bred in the United States of America, meaning that she would be very well versed in the history of the country. But here she is having a mental breakdown on the internet simply because, according to her, Donald Trump's election was fixed on Martin Luther King's Day. Jeez. You can make this kind of stupidity up, guys. This woman is not aware that it was just recently, in 1983, when President Ronald Reagan signed a legislation naming the third Monday of every January as Martin Luther King's Day. So that third Monday of January can fall on any date, okay? It can fall on the 13th, it can fall on the 16th, or any date in January. Whereas the inauguration of US presidents has been fixed to happen every 4 years on January 20th or 21st if 20th falls on a Sunday. Mind you, it has been in practice long before the birth of Martin Luther King himself. These people are just looking for outrage, and this man gave her the best response.
Too cold, Donald, really, to have your inauguration outside because the temperature is going to be 23 degrees. Okay, let's just put this into perspective. It was 7 for Reagan. It was 22 for Kennedy. It was 28 degrees for Barack Obama, with winds somewhere in the 20-mile-an-hour range as well. It was freezing. So I'm not sure it's the cold. I think maybe it's that you're afraid of the crowd sizes and that hotels are still available. And then a lot of people, as many people as, showed up for, Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whatever, won't be showing up for your inauguration. I think it's the crowd sizes. That number is more important than the temperature number.
Isn't it embarrassing to see a full-grown man like this obsessing over trivial issues like this? Don't these men have nothing better to do? He said it himself. It was freezing during Donald Trump's rally. The fact that Barack Obama chose to have his inauguration rally out in the freezing cold is Barack Obama's cup of tea. And the fact that Donald Trump chose to be more sensible and more sensitive towards his own health and the health of his supporters is also Donald Trump's cup of tea, not Don Lemon's. And may I remind you that several assassination attempts have been made on this man's life. Maybe also try to think about those lines, Don. Don Lemon is insinuating that the number of people who came out for Donald Trump's rally is not much at all, while forgetting that at the end of the day, Donald Trump still has the support of the majority of the United States population. The fact that he is the current president is a pure testament to that fact. So, cry on, sir.
It's an election. Let's see how Democrats are prepared at home.
That's what the fucking Democrats were saying, though, with Biden. There's no way that happened, though.
I mean this with the utmost respect. Who is that for? Salute to you for protecting your home. Now, probably the safest time to be an American. Now, not before when people were rioting and tearing up stuff in this country. That wasn't the time. Now you feel, when we're the most protected, now you want to.
Really? This is insane. I know we're probably laughing and having fun at these people's expense, but I'm genuinely beginning to think that these people are going through some mental issues, okay? What is going on here? This woman is knitting her doors short right after Trump's inauguration. But for what reason? Why? The left have totally brainwashed grown adults into believing that Donald Trump's administration is going to send people that will break down their doors, force themselves into people's homes, and then do people harm. How mentally deranged do you have to be to believe that kind of arrant nonsense? Honestly, these guys need help. That's all I can say.
So Trump is giving his inauguration speech, and he says this.
As of today, It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
I mean, any reasonable and normal human being would be extremely happy for this statement, okay? In fact, I made a post on this channel sharing this particular news of what Trump said, and almost every single person agreed with Trump and was happy that common sense is finally making a comeback. But anyway, let's keep watching so that we can see how this young woman responds to this statement.
Okay, I don't think the middle and the lower class Americans wake up stressed about how many genders there are.
You're wrong, ma'am. This is what I think. I think the average American family that hates the fact that Donald Trump is now the president doesn't have the right to be stressed about the price of milk or the price of eggs or health care and those other things you mentioned, because they said that everything was fine. Biden was doing a great job, a wonderful job. The price of milk and eggs were superb, and that Biden's economy was booming. They covered up for Joe Biden's incompetencies, so I don't think they should be complaining right now, okay? However, the reasonable average family who believe in objective truth, right and wrong, male and female, are very much concerned about what Donald Trump is talking about, and they think it is important. Because if we get right, family and moral values of kids, and generally everyone in the society, if we get it right, then believe me, we would get right a lot of other things. It is considered a sin these days to state universal facts like there is only two genders, even if this is supposed to be common knowledge. School prayer is banned, but drag shows are promoted in schools. It is forbidden to teach Bible in the school to kids, but it is allowed to teach kids that men can be pregnant. Can you imagine that? This is crazy.
I think the middle and the lower class Americans wake up stressed about how many genders there are. I think they're stressed about paying their bills. I think they're stressed about healthcare and the price of milk. I think they're also very, very stressed about climate change. How about you talk about that? How about you talk about how you are going to help the average American family and how to make their community safer instead of just trying to incite hate and distracting from the reality that you have just surrounded yourself with billionaires because you're trying to make a lot of money, aren't you? A lot of us have brains and we see exactly what you're doing. It doesn't matter how many genders there are. 17, a million. It does matter that we can raise our children in an environment that is safe. It does matter that we treat everyone with respect, no matter how they want to identify. Oh, Lord. We're smarter than this. Don't let him distract you. And the reason I do talk a lot about American politics is because it's very influential. That shit permeates and influences the whole world. We don't need that in Australia. We don't. So even if you're Australian watching my videos, stay alert. Watch these political tactics that they're using to distract you from things that actually matter.
But how about you talk about South Africa? Why don't you talk about Congo? Okay, can't you talk about Free Palestine? What about these other topics? They want you to talk about anything other than what we really care about. It is very dumb to say that the average American family is not stressed about their very little kids being indoctrinated into the LGBTQ cult by the school system and by the general society. Yes, these families care about the cost of living, which was largely destroyed by the Biden administration, but they also don't want their adorable daughter's breasts to be cut off just for propaganda, okay? They don't want their 3-year-old child to be learning about erotic and sexual content in the school. Now, this clip reads, triggered San Francisco liberal residents gathered to let out a primo scream as Trump took the oath. There is definitely a brain rot epidemic sweeping the country, and it is only affecting people who support a particular political party. Imagine this, but the comments on the video are cracking me up bad. Somebody said, did the boss miss picking them up on return to the institute? Another person commented, imagine the mess if they'd won the vote. Exactly, guys. I don't know. This one reads, they forgot to jump. What's the point of this? Oh my God. Well, okay then. That's all you can do about it. And that is absolutely true, guys. If screaming at the edge of a cliff makes them feel better, I mean, go for it, because what more can they do? That's exactly the only thing they can. That was extremely hilarious, but honestly, I wish them a quick recovery. As always, guys, these are my thoughts. These are my
Okay, this is your car no matter what. Sorry.
Hammer high, do you want to? Now $52,000. Now take it down, take it down.
1980, baby. You're gonna get a 1980. I can get it here. Pontiac Firebird Trans Am WS6.
Take it down, take it down, take it down, 52,000. So $50,000, Chris.
Lot number 708.1, 1948.
Oh, you don't get that one. Oh, look at this. Wow.
8 MG Special
MG.
Roadster Recreation. Built as
Wow.
a tribute to the 1933 Melia winning MJ K3. Here's a supercharged MG inline 4. Oh, all because this goes with this car.
Wow, that's pretty wild.
Hang on, Tice, real quick. $150,000 in the build. Steve is displaying the ring binders. All right, Tice, sorry.
Is it a one-seater?
And now, who wants to start at $100,000?
A wild car, man.
10, 20, again 30, now 40, now $50,000, and now 50, 45, 50, and now $50,000, now 50,
Let's see them undercarriages, baby.
now pick it up, $50,000, and now $50,000, and now pick it up, not going to find another one, sir. You're going to be 50, and now $50,000, and now 45 to buy, now going to be 50, and now $50,000,
stalling out. He says he's got over 100,000 in the build. He's only going to get a third of it. Oh wait, it's a recreation.
Again, $150,000 in receipts, and what a
fucking dick. Even real. I didn't see the recreation at the end. If it would have been original, that would have been pretty epic. But that still existed in that condition. Corpse flower. Corpse flower in Australia is blooming. That's probably what Lou was hanging out with. He likes his flowers stanky.
Couple in Inglewood suing JetBlue for $1 million, claiming a block of ice the size of a watermelon fell off one of its planes and crashed through the roof of their home. Michael Reese and Leah Ferrarini say that on the evening of January 1st, the chunk of ice landed directly over their bed.
They're just showing planes.
They barely escaped serious injury, but the incident caused hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. Their filing cited a FAA investigation into the aircraft, which apparently found that it had potable water issues dating back over 6 months ago. JetBlue has responded to the lawsuit and is denying responsibility. A couple in Inglewood suing Jet.
Oh, no. inside the cockpit. You want to get inside the cockpit with me, baby? Get on inside my cockpit. You want to get on in my cockpit? Go on and get on in it. Yeah, zip it. You gotta unzip it first, baby. If you want to get in my cockpit, you gotta get in the cockpit. I'm in a cockpit now, bitch. Now who's in a cockpit? I am, and you are too. Welcome to my cockpit. I'm gonna go fight a fire with this guy. Whoa. California Air National Guard. Dun 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 dun. Where did he go? Oh no. Simon needs more food. And this truck is, look how long the load is on it. no answers? I thought they were going to answer those questions for us. Yeah, always China.
The president also learning moments ago a federal judge has blocked his executive order to end birthright citizenship. That judge calling the order unconstitutional. Here's ABC's Christian Cordero with the latest.
It was the centerpiece of his campaign, cracking down on illegal immigration. And today,
Birthright. That's a big one.
a key part of President Trump's agenda facing its first test in court. A judge in Seattle blocking Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship before it goes into effect. Opponents to the executive order, including the 4 states behind this lawsuit, argue the president doesn't have the authority to change the conditions around birthright citizenship, and that birthright citizenship itself is protected under the 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment protects the rights of every
Can we change that
American
then?
citizen,
Ratify the amendment?
no matter their ancestry.
But the new administration's Department of Justice argues the 14th Amendment does not include children of undocumented immigrants because the parents, when here illegally, are not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S.
This is about ensuring the citizenship, a cornerstone of our national identity. It is protected, respected, and aligned with the principles upon which this country was built.
On the southern border today, the first of 1,500 active duty Army soldiers and Marines set to arrive to help detect and monitor illegal border crossings. But some local officials say they don't need the help.
And we don't need troops along our border here because it's very safe.
The military will also be used to build new barriers along the border and provide air power for deportations. The Pentagon says the military will not participate in law enforcement. Border Patrol will lead that effort. A senior defense official tells ABC News this is just the start.
It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated.
And Trump could sign his first piece of legislation soon. The Lake and Riley Act passed with some bipartisan support. The bill, named for the 22-year-old Georgia nursing student killed by an undocumented migrant, requires DHS to detain undocumented migrants charged with crimes like theft and assaulting a police officer.
Illegal immigration, the media was saying our whole economy would collapse because we were discouraging illegal, which is totally false. And we've continued to grow very, very significantly. But one of the things we did 10 inches in some parts of northwest Florida. I know we had a freeze across the rest of the northern part of the state, but pretty remarkable. And so we're thawed out. We're going to hopefully see the corner. You know, everyone should still visit Florida. This is totally unusual. It's not necessarily. I mean, I thought global warming had stopped this, right? And yet here we are. So come and do it. Now, we're here to discuss pending issues for the state, particularly for next week in this special session of the Florida legislature that I have called. We're joined here in this roundtable by Dave Kerner, who runs Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicles, which also includes Florida Highway Patrol. Of course, Representative Cayenne Michaels, Florida House of Representatives, 16th District. Sheriff T.K. Waters here, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and then Nick Ingegno, did I say that right? Yes. Assistant Secretary Agent in Charge, Department of Homeland Security Investigations. And so we have been in Florida, and not just Florida, I mean certainly Republicans around the country for 4 years were complaining about Biden's border policies. He obviously came in almost 4 years ago now, reversed what Trump 45 had done, basically opened the borders to this country in ways that have had huge numbers of people, millions and millions of people pouring in. And it led to, I mean, I don't know if you saw, they did an ICE operation, I think in Boston, and they got this criminal. This guy had been convicted of things, still sitting there. So they grab him, and they're going to deport him. And he's like MFing all this stuff. He says he's not going back to Haiti. I'm just thinking about, like, they developed a sense of entitlement about those Biden policies where people thought they could come in and break the law with impunity. But that's what it was. And I know all across this country, certainly all across this state, Republicans who are running for office, especially, saying how they were against it. You can't do. So we've been fighting this fight for a number of years, both working with law enforcement here in Florida, but also just having good policy that deters people from wanting to come illegally to our state in the first place. And if you think about it, 2023, we did sweeping reforms. Cayenne was involved with shepherding those through. Massive reforms to discourage illegal immigration. The media was saying our whole economy would collapse because we were discouraging illegal, which is totally false, and we've continued to grow very, very significantly. But one of the things we did E-Verify for new hires. We required hospitals to collect and report on the health care costs incurred by illegal immigrants, because you show up to the emergency room by federal law, they have to serve you. They're not permitted to turn you away even if you're not lawfully here. So we were trying to do that. And what's happened since then? Massive decrease in costs, incredible decrease in costs. So there were all these different things that we've done to be able to fight back against that. And we even had a transport program. I mean, you saw a big change in the debate on the border once you had illegals showing up in Martha's Vineyard. I mean, that was like they didn't even think about it. Then all of a sudden that happened a couple years ago. Then people started talking about the border more and more. So there was a whole host of things that we've done. We've leaned in. We've sued Biden under Attorney General Moody. Now she's our U.S. Senator now, but she was the Attorney General then, did that. And we're happy to lead that. But the reality is there's only so much a state can do. You need the federal government to do its job. Well, now we saw on January 20th the total change in policy with respect to border and illegal immigration under the Trump 47 administration. So this is a great opportunity for our country, but certainly for people that have been complaining about Biden for the last 4 years. You want to now get in the fight and be part of the solution. And it's simple things like, I had to surge boats in South Florida 2 years ago because they're coming in and people they get to the shore. So we surged in boats and we interdicted a lot of them, turn them over to the Coast Guard, they send them back. A lot of them come from Haiti and some of these other countries over there. But if they got to the shore, then somehow Biden would let them stay. Well, now they've already beefed up the Coast Guard. But we're going to get, if they show up on the shore, we should still be able to just send them right back. Why would we engage in all this stuff? So there's a lot of possibilities for us now that we have federal partners that really want to get the job done. So you look at it, you can be thankful that, yes, borders matter, the law matters again, but you still got to implement all this stuff. And I'm telling you, you're going to have states like California, you're going to have cities like Chicago. They are going to try to frustrate and to stop any type of enforcement of immigration laws. I think a lot of those political elected officials have already come out and said that, but certainly you'll see the ACLU filing lawsuits. I mean, I think they basically think you have a right to come here illegally whenever you want. And they will try to find a liberal judge, maybe it'll be in Hawaii, that will rule for them. So there's going to be a lot of moving parts. So it's not like it's just you do an executive order and all of a sudden all the pieces fall into place. You also have a fact that really it's been probably 10, 15 years since they've really been very, very pro. I mean, a lot of the resources, a lot of the policies changed over many years. And so, yes, it was way worse under Biden, but I think this is the first time in a long time we've really been committed in a big way from day one. So this is really, really good, but they don't have enough resources, the federal government. They're not going to be able to do this by themselves. And if the states and cities are fighting in the blue states, that's going to make it even more difficult. So here we are in Florida with a chance to help make a difference and to be part of the solution once again. We banned sanctuary cities my first year as governor, and we're not a sanctuary state. So local officials, state officials, well, state officials obviously are gonna follow, but you don't have the right to block any type of immigration enforcement, and if you do that, you can lose your job. And certainly, if I have any authority over it, you will lose your job if you do that. But that's not enough. It's not just saying you won't sabotage the federal government enforcing immigration law. We want our localities, municipalities, counties, and of course state, which I can just order, we want all them to help facilitate this important mission. Not displace the federal government's role, obviously it's their primary responsibility, but to complement that and to work with them so that we have robust interior enforcement of our nation's laws once again. So seeing that this was coming down the pike, and I had spoken with the president-elect at the time, we were speaking with some of the people in the transition, we knew these executive orders were coming out, we knew that they were going to be very serious about doing this, but we also knew that they were going to need more resources. They were going to need funds. They're going to need things. So it's not going to happen immediately, particularly in the next 3 to 6 months. So states can really be an important part of this by stepping up to help fill the void. So we prepared to do that really many weeks ago. I called the special session of the legislature to start on January 27th, and they are to address the issue of immigration, as well as the issue of petition security and election integrity, the condos to fix that, and then also any outstanding hurricane relief. But clearly this immigration stuff, there's a mandate from the voters. They want this dealt with. They are sick of having lawlessness reign supreme in this country when it comes to who comes in our country. That is not for foreigners to decide. It's for us to decide as Americans through the normal political process and in the laws we choose to enact through our elected representatives. So the Monday special session is a great opportunity for the members of the Florida legislature to basically just put their money where their mouth is. Everyone has been complaining about Biden for 4 years. Now we have a new sheriff in town. Now we have an opportunity to make a difference. So let's make sure that our local partners, the state of Florida, has the adequate legal authorities and the adequate funding necessary to be able to really make a difference when it comes to the rule of law and immigration enforcement. So I've put out a series of proposals that, look, there's other people that can have other good ideas too. Bring it to the table, but now's the time to do it. We want to ensure that all of our levels of government are participating positively alongside the federal government with these efforts. And there's different things that they can do, 287G, getting into the weeds, but we want to impose the duty on them that you can't block, you can't be part of the problem, but you actually have to be part of the solution. Now, I'll order the state agencies to do that just as my authority as governor, but cities and counties need to be part of the solution. We want to make sure that that's very, very clear. We also want to make sure that we have somebody in state government that will be able to coordinate with both our local entities as well as federal authorities. If you look at some of the things that have come down, it's not just going to be Department of Homeland Security. You're going to have other agencies that are involved in different ways, maybe not as much domestically, but for example, if someone comes illegally, you want to send them back, the country's got to accept them. So sometimes that requires diplomacy from the State Department. Defense is going to be on the border. You're going to see a lot going on. So there's going to be a lot of irons in the fire. We want to make sure that we're coordinating those efforts in a way that's really, really positive. Our transport program that we've done helped raise visibility of the issue for the general public, but ultimately we were never permitted to send to foreign countries or to repatriate. Now I think we're going to be able to have that authority. So if we're going to be having people wash up on the Florida Keys, if we stop them before they get to the Keys now, we give them to the Coast Guard sends them back. But if they get to the shore somehow, then we're just stuck forever. That's not good policy. So I think we're going to be empowered to take and to send back to Haiti or Bahamas or wherever the illegals are coming from. So making sure we're expanding the transport program's authority is something that's really, really significant. Gang enforcement. you see these gangs coming in illegally into the country, whether it's the Venezuelan gangs or other gangs. They shouldn't even be allowed in the country, but obviously you want to give law enforcement the ability to take care and to hold these people accountable, including by referring them to immigration authorities. To reform voting and education with respect to illegal aliens. Now, one of the things that Florida did, I mean, I wasn't a governor at the time, but it was 2014, I think 2013, 2014, they did preferential tuition rates for illegal in-state tuition. Why would you give that if you're not even valid Florida residents? Why would you give a tuition break? And so that was a mistake. That's an incentive for people to come to Florida. So we want to remove that incentive. We also want to make sure when people are going to vote, you're not allowed to vote in Florida if you're not a U.S. citizen. That's in our state's constitution. But, and we have prosecuted people who have been non-citizens, both legally in the country but not citizens, and illegally in the country and not citizens. Florida's prosecuted people for voting when they shouldn't have. But the problem is once they voted, the vote counts. Like they're, you know, by the time you prosecute, the election's long over. So we need to change when people attest their eligibility to vote. They need to attest that they are indeed a U.S. citizen. And if they attest to that and they're not a U.S. citizen, then you don't have to wait for the election. You can hold them accountable for lying on those forms. So making sure our elections continue to lead with integrity is really, really significant, and we're going to do that. Another way to deter illegal immigration into our state is to crack down on these remittances. So you have people come illegally, they'll send massive amounts of money back to their home countries, usually through wire transfers. Well, we're going to say on remittances, we want E-Verify for that too. So if you are lawfully employed here, send your remittances, but you're going to have to go through the E-Verify, and if you're not, then they're not going to be able to process your remittances from the state of Florida. That'll be a huge, huge disincentive for people to want to come here illegally. We also want to ensure that appropriate bail policies are in place for illegal aliens who are accused of crimes or arrested for crimes and charged with crimes. We want a rebuttable presumption that you don't get bail. This way, you're there, and people running the jail can call the DHS, have someone come, and hopefully just take care of it without us having to even worry about it going forward. But at a minimum, we want to recognize that these are flight risks. So there's a lot of things, and I think there's probably some other good ideas out there. But we need to be at the forefront of this. If we're doing this and working positively with our federal partners, this is going to make a huge, huge difference. And if you think about it, I mean, you have people come, massive numbers into our country. That puts pressure on schools, puts pressure on health care, the auto, the roads. You know, we're obviously worried about how people were driving in the ice up in particularly northwest Florida. Some of the roads are still closed because of the freeze. But what will happen is the people that are here illegally, a lot of them don't have insurance, so they run into you and then they just leave the scene of the accident. And then you're just left holding the bag. Why would we want to have more of that? So there's a whole host of things, I think, from just day-to-day life that will make a difference. But then also, you have who governs this country? Do we govern it? Well, we've decided that there needs to be a process for this. You can't just end run around the process. And ultimately, we do need to uphold the rule of law and the fact that we are a sovereign country. So this is time to act. Now, when we called for the special session, you had the leaders of both the House and the Senate write a letter, say they thought it was premature to do anything on illegal immigration. how is it premature when we've been waiting 4 years for this moment? It's not premature. Now's the time to act. We can't drag our feet. We can't wait for something to go into effect in July. We need something immediately, and we need to get everything moving, and we need to do what we told the people that elected us that we would do. And I'm excited to be able to make progress next week. One of the people that's here with us who's going to be leading that charge in the Florida House of Representatives. So we'll go through and just let everyone say their piece, and then we'll have a little bit of a dialogue after that. But I want to turn it over to Rep. Michaels for her thoughts on the need to have this special legislative session.
Okay, very good. We've signed some executive order. Very important in just about every.
It's like frozen. It unfreezes.
You all set? Okay, very good. We've signed some executive orders. They're very important in just about every case. And it will go through the first one, please.
Do you want to? Yeah, Mr. President, this is an executive order on crypto. We're doing I'm sorry, Mr. President, this is an executive order on AI. We're basically announcing the administration's policy to make America the world capital in artificial intelligence and to dominate and to lead the world in AI.
Do you want to say your name, your full name?
David Sachs, AI and Crypto Czar.
David is one of the greatest in the world at AI. Most respected, probably, there is. So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely. We got it, man.
Okay. Thank you. And this, David, is?
Yeah, this is the crypto EO. We're going to be forming an internal working group to make to make America the world capital in crypto under your leadership.
Which is really going up, right?
Absolutely.
Right, just throw your money into crypto. What the fuck is he doing?
David,
just blindly throw your money into crypto. The presidents who you're gonna make you rich.
You find them exciting?
It's $100,000
for the country.
Bitcoin. It's a really stupid time to buy it.
And so is David. You have to check him out. There's nobody like this guy. They said, "How did you get David Sachs? How did you do that?" And he's doing it for the country more than anything else. So we appreciate it, David. Thank you very much.
This is an executive order establishing a presidential commission, an advisory commission on science and technology.
Good.
I just told the reporters to shut up this time.
Do you want to explain that a little bit?
The basic idea is to get together top people from government, the private sector, technology industry, as well as educational institutions, to make sure that America maintains its leadership position with respect to science and technology development in the years ahead.
Good. That's great.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum encouraging departments and agencies in your government, including the Department of the Interior, to promote federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina.
I love the Lumbee tribe. So this is their first big step, right?
This would be a huge step for them.
Yeah, they were with me all the way. They were great. North Carolina, Lumbee tribe. Okay, you'll send them a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
They were great. Okay.
If you'd like, I could get them that pen, sir, as well.
Yeah, let's do that.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
23 people were prosecuted. They should not have been prosecuted. Many of them are elderly people. They should not have been prosecuted. This is a great honor to sign this. They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now?
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous. Okay.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed. Okay? Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocks the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
Mr. President, Senators Collins and Murkowski have now said they will vote against Pete Hegseth. Are you worried about his confirmation and your reaction?
And no surprises there. It's too bad. You know, it's the way it is. Too bad.
And when would you adjourn Congress to make recess appointments, Mr. President?
Well, I'd take a look at that. I'd listen to John Thune. He's doing a fantastic job. We're moving along. The Democrats are trying to delay government, as they always do. They can't help themselves. Even John Ratcliffe, who's very, very strong, very popular, and liked by the Democrats. I guess he gets a lot of Democrat votes. That's taking a long time, and it shouldn't be taking a long time. They're maxing everything out so they can delay everything as much as possible.
Does Senator Thune support an effort to use recess appointments if you choose to do that?
I'd be willing to use recess appointments. It's up to John. And we'll see. John Thune's a great guy, great senator, and knows his stuff inside out and backwards, but I would use recess appointments if he wants to do that. Absolutely. The Democrats are just delaying. They always delay.
Mr. President, you spoke with the Saudi Crown Prince yesterday.
Who?
The Saudi Crown Prince. Yes. How was the call?
Right.
And they said $600 billion to get invest.
600. I'll ask him for $1 trillion.
You said we're going to ask for $1 trillion. Will Saudi Arabia be the first foreign country you will visit since they invest in that much?
Well, if they do that, I would. Yeah, I would be glad to do that. I did it, as you know, 4 years ago. We did $450 billion, meaning the money all goes to American companies, and they purchase jets and they purchase computers and everything else. And we did $450 billion, and I guess we're at 650. And I'll see if I can talk him into it.
I don't think he leaves again. You showed great confidence in Steve Witkoff. Why you said that you doubt that the ceasefire in Gaza will hold, since you appraised his
well, no, I think he's great, but it's a very tricky place. It's very tricky. We'll see. And if something does happen, they will not be happy.
Sir, follow up on that one. In terms of Steve Witkoff, are you going to put him in charge of Iran's strategy, and do you want him talking directly with the Iranians?
No, but he's certainly somebody I would use. He's done a fantastic job. He's a great negotiator. He's a very good person, a very popular person. Gets along with people. I have great negotiators. They have no personality whatsoever, and then I have some that do. Steve has a wonderful way about him, and people like him, and even in this case, both sides like him. And he was able to make a deal. That deal would have never been made without Steve. The Biden people couldn't make the deal. They were working on it for a year and a half. They couldn't make a deal. We got it done prior to the inauguration. We said it has to be before the inauguration. I mean, the deal should hold, but if it doesn't hold, there'll be a lot of problems.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stardate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people, so.
Are you worried that AI is going to replace many American jobs? Does that worry you?
No, it's going to create tremendous numbers of jobs. It's going to also create a lot of benefits medically for cancer research and other things. It's going to have a huge positive impact. And, we want to be ahead of China. We're right now way ahead of China. David Sachs is one of the all-time experts, that people are amazed that you just met him. I don't know if he's still here. There he is. But one of the most respected people in that world. It's a world. It's a whole different world. And we're ahead of China now because of what I'm doing. And I think it's going to be very successful.
Please, you just asked the Davos Forum again that NATO countries should spend 5% of GDP on defense.
Yeah.
The United States don't spend 5%.
Well,
it should also apply to the United States.
We're protecting them, They're not protecting us. We're protecting them. So I don't think we should be spending. I'm not sure we should be spending anything, but we should certainly be helping them. But they should up their 2% to 5%. Yeah.
Mr. President, you said earlier during your speech at Davos that you would like to see interest rates come down. How much would you like to see them come down?
A lot. I'd like to see them come down a lot, and oil prices will come down. And when oil prices come down, everything's going to be cheaper for the American people, and actually for the world, but for the American people. So I'd like to see oil prices come down. And when the energy comes down, that's going to knock out a lot of the inflation. That's going to automatically bring the interest rates down.
Are you worried that
you said that you would demand?
Are you worried that there's too much going on at once if you're trying to bring interest rates down, get the economy back going?
No, it just works that way. I mean, it just economically works that way. When the oil comes down, it'll bring down prices. Then you won't have inflation, and then the interest rates will come down.
You said that you would demand that the interest rates come down.
Well, I would.
Do you expect
I would put in a strong statement.
Do you expect the Fed to listen to you?
Yeah.
Are you going to talk to Powell about this and bringing the rates down?
At the right time, I would.
Sir, do you plan any of the people you pardoned that were participated in the January 6, 2021 event? Do you plan to meet with any of them or meet with them at the White House?
I don't know. I'm sure that they probably would like to. I did them something important, but what they did is they were protesting a crooked election. And, I mean, people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly. I don't know of anything like that, but I think they're going to meet in some of the congressmen, women want to meet. But I'd certainly be open to it.
Have you spoken to them since you issued pardons?
I haven't spoken to any of them yet, but I know they're very happy.
Mr. President,
I gave them their life back. Their life was taken away from them unnecessarily and unfairly. I gave them their life back, so I can imagine they probably would like to.
Mr. President, what did you mean when you said that Biden took bad advice and not pardoning himself yesterday?
Well, he did. I think he did, because he pardoned all these people that are crooked as hell. Look, the congressmen, they're crooked. What they did is they destroyed evidence. When you destroy evidence, especially criminally like that, they did it criminally. And the reason they destroyed the evidence is because it proved that I was right. They didn't destroy evidence for no reason. They destroyed it because they found many documents saying that I offered 10,000 soldiers. If they had 500 soldiers or National Guard, there would have been no problem. If they had 200, that would have been. I offered 10,000 if they needed them. There would have been no problem. That's been now totally disproven, and it's also been disproven by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who has her on tape saying it was her fault, that she has full responsibility for this. And they have all that stuff. They destroyed everything. And they go through a year and a half, 2 years of nonsense. They come up with tremendous evidence, and they destroyed evidence. And Schiff knew about it. That's why he's on there. He knew all about the destruction of evidence. A lot of people said he's the one that got him to do it. And he's a crooked guy, totally crooked politician. And so he's pardoned, and some other people are pardoned. And these are crooked politicians, every one of them. Benny Johnson, what he did is incredible. I mean, he was the leader of the committee, and he did it. Cheney, crying Adam Kinzinger, all of them. They destroyed evidence and deleted everything. There's nothing. There's no evidence now. They're crooked politicians, and they should be punished. That's even in a civil trial, you go to jail for a thing like that. They destroyed every document, from what I understand, every document, because it proved that I was totally innocent.
Do you plan to send up to 10,000 troops to the southern border, sir?
Yeah. Oh, southern border?
Yes,
when
the border.
When you say southern border, when I said 10,000 troops, I was referring to the capital.
Oh, I see. And when do you plan to do that?
I offered 10,000 troops for the capital before January 6th.
And as for the 1,500 at the southern border, sorry to clarify, what exactly do you want them to be doing right now?
Making sure that the border is safe and secure, and that criminals don't come into our country.
Mr. President, do you think that sanctions on Russia will force President Putin to negotiate?
I don't know, but I think he should make a deal.
Mr. President, does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deal.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No. I've spoken to Elon, but I've spoken to all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people, too.
Sir, on China, what do you think Xi Jinping
Hatred.
on the Ukraine-Russia?
Oh my God, you can't be a Christian and hate, though.
What can Xi Jinping do about
What
that?
is happening?
China?
Yeah.
Fuck.
They have a lot of power over
Look at
Russia.
my sexy toes.
They supply energy to Russia. And Russia supplies energy to them. They supply other things to, it's really a very big trade. It's a very big trading partner. But Russia supplies a lot of energy to China. China pays them a lot of money.
That's not actually my foot.
I think they have a lot of power over Russia, so I think Russia should want to make a deal. Maybe they want to make a deal. I think.
How could that be my
From what I hear, Putin would like to see me, and we'll meet as soon as we can. I'd meet immediately. Every day we don't meet, soldiers are being killed in a battlefield, and that battlefield is like no battlefield since World War II.
You said that Ukraine wants
and I have pictures that you don't want to see. Soldiers are being killed on a daily basis at numbers that we haven't seen in decades. And it would be nice to end that war. It's a ridiculous war.
You said that Ukraine's ready to make a deal. Did President Zelensky tell you that personally?
Yeah, sure. He's ready to negotiate a deal. He'd like to stop. He's somebody that lost a lot of soldiers, and so did Russia. Lost a lot. Russia lost more soldiers. They lost 800,000 soldiers. Would you say that's a lot?
Glitter in her box.
You wanted to make Dr. King's dream a reality. What's your response to his children and civil rights leaders who say that your DEI orders are a contradiction of his dream and could further drive racial disparities?
Well, I haven't heard that.
Mr. President, you put the Houthis back on the terror list. How do you see the war in Yemen end?
Well, we'll see what happens, but they can't shoot down our ships, the Houthis.
Yes.
They're not, you can't shoot down our ships or any ships, and that's what they've been doing. So they're on the terror list. That's not good for them.
So why did you revoke security protections for former Secretary of State Pompeo and Brian Hook?
Well, the same reason they did. When you have protection, you can't have it for the rest of
I lost a viewer.
A large detail of people driving people for the rest of their lives. I mean,
you don't like toes, bitch?
To everything.
So would you support striking Iran's nuclear facilities?
Say it.
Would you support Israel for example, striking Iran's nuclear facilities?
Well, I'm not going to answer that. Obviously, I'm not going to answer that question. We'll have to see. I'm going to be meeting with various people over the next couple of days. We'll see. But hopefully that could be worked out without having to worry about it. It would be nice. It would really be nice if that could be worked out without having to go that further step.
And who are you going to meet with?
Well, I'd rather not say that, but very high-level people. But hopefully that can be worked out.
That's my weak foot, too.
Hopefully we'll make a deal, and if they don't make a deal, I guess that's okay, too.
And Mr. President, just to follow up, you said you think the Fed should listen to you. Can you elaborate on why you think it should?
With regard to interest rates?
Correct, yes.
Because I think I know interest rates much better than they do. And I think
I'll beat you to it, bitch.
Better than,
I win.
The one who's primarily in charge of making that decision. But no, I'm guided by them very much.
I win.
If I disagree, I will let it be known.
So your tariff plans for China and Mexico are much tougher. The ones for Canada and Mexico are much tougher than the one for China. Why is it softer for China?
Well, China's already paying a lot of tariffs because of me. And when you add them up, I'd say, they're paying a lot. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars. They never paid 10 cents until I came along. When I came along, they've paid hundreds of billions of dollars.
That means you owe me $1. Oh.
Never paid anything. And
I'll let
so
you
they've already
pay me later.
Started at a higher base.
Is February 1st the date for Chinese tariffs as well, sir? February 1, or was that just Mexico and Canada?
It's Mexico and Canada, but we're talking about China too. Look, China's sending us tremendous amounts of bad drugs, fentanyl, really bad stuff. Most of it comes through Mexico, and we're losing, I think, 300,000 lives a year because of that. People say 150, 100, 120. I think 300,000 lives a year. Those are old numbers. The lower number is a low number, and we can't have that. They've got to stop sending it. I had a deal with President Xi, but it was a deal that wasn't followed up by Biden, of course, where they were going to issue the death penalty to people that make fentanyl, and that would have stopped it. But we'll have to stop it with tariffs. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys. Hey, press, let's go. Thanks, guys. No, guys, let's go. Thank you, guys.
Oh, my ears feel like asshole. You don't have any regard for my hearing. Oh, I can still hear it. They broke me.
What is this? Oh, never mind. That was it. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing else happening. It. They plan. No. Well, I mean, yes. I've had it in treatment programs. I've had that. They planned it for us. In the military, they plan everything for you, don't they? In boot camp, everything's planned. Dan's Donut Feast. Oh, baby.
Indulge your sweet tooth with some of Chicago nuts. We're going to provide an opportunity to the because of the next one we have is a salted caramel.
That sounded good.
And then I'm not supposed to have a favorite, but the next one is definitely a favorite. It's our olive oil Lestan that's filled with the raspberry jam. So it's super decadent and delicious.
Okay. And that's when you can only get at Donut Fest?
Yes.
Oh my
wow.
goodness.
Okay, we gotta taste that one.
Sure.
Okay, and then what's this? I kind of know that it's gonna be an Oreo of some type.
It is our unique twist on a red velvet donut. So it's a baked donut loaded with chocolate chips, just topped with a chocolate wafer on
I
top.
was trying to focus on what you were saying, and I was so enjoying my.
I have to show you guys.
It looks
Take a look.
So you get all
That's
those
amazing.
lovely flaky layers in there. It's just super unique.
Yeah, got to be careful. This is an interactive bite.
I couldn't focus on the Oreo. Can you tell me again what's in there? Okay.
So it's a baked red velvet cake, and it has
the red
chocolate
velvet.
chips, and then it's topped with that chocolate wafer on top.
Oh my gosh. These look like giant, what?
So you have an iconic childhood favorite right there. So that is the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and it has cereal milk on the inside as the filling. So again, we're playing into our childhood favorites and then just making them a little bit more elegant for the adult
It looks like a
partaking.
giant donut hole.
It
I was
is.
like, I'm excited.
It tastes exactly like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. My daughter would love these. Okay, and then the last one right here.
Oh goodness, everyone's favorite. So we try to feature what our fans come out and actually say that they want to see back in the stores, and so this is the blueberry fritter. We don't offer it often in our
What?
stores anymore because we have such a rotation of donuts between 46 to 54 flavors at any time.
Wow.
And so this is a fan favorite that we try to bring back for special events like Donut Fest.
Very cool. And of course, you've got something beautiful lined up for Valentine's Day.
We do. So this will be featured as a pre-order item at the Donut Fest. This is our partnership with two icons. You have Stan's Donuts and Margie's Candies. So we'll be having this available for pre-order at the Donut Fest. It is a turtle mini donut with a turtle candy from Margie's.
Get out of here.
Wow.
Have you guys done that before?
This is a new item for us.
We love that. We love that you collaborate with other iconic Chicago spots like Margie's.
Yes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
This is what you can get at the store outside of Donut Fest. What's the most popular of what we've got here?
The most popular is definitely the pistachio glutenless thing that's in the front, and then you have this Biscoff stuffed pocket that is
That's this guy right here?
Yeah, it's like a cinnamon roll filling. It has that cookie butter, something that you would get on an airplane.
Yeah.
It's just very much like a coffee cake, so it's so delicious
Well,
and
this
very
is my favorite,
adorable.
though, right here.
Oh, the vanilla cruller is one of our best sellers.
Incredible. Love that with the icing on there.
We are really tearing it up in the
Yummy.
pastry
I know,
department today.
really
This is
are.
amazing. We appreciate you
Thank
being
you
here.
so
Thank you so
much.
much. Stan's Donut Fest is this Saturday. You can get those exclusive donuts. It's February 1st. For tickets and more information, next Saturday. I was trying to jump ahead weeks.
It's okay. You wanted it to come faster. That's
Just
all.
head to Stan's Donut Fest.
Are you gonna go or
check them out on
not?
social
Are you in Chicago? Check him, Matt. I would go. I'd go have some donuts, baby. Right now, I would eat 2 donuts right now. If they're in front of me. Forget about it. Maybe 3. I might just eat 3. Fuck it. I'm eating 5. I'm having donuts for dinner. If they're in front of me, but they're not. What? Double amputee cat jumps on the owner's lap.
Are you gonna jump, Rex? Are you gonna jump? You gonna jump? Come on. Are you gonna do it? Come on.
A rabbit. Yeah, it is a good name. T-Rex. Wash my car, dude. I was just looking right now to see if there were like pressure washers with water tanks that were reasonably priced. Self-contained pressure washer that isn't huge. I wouldn't have to go to the fucking place to wash my car. I don't really want to go to the place ever to wash my car. I'd rather just go walk out there and do it. Looking into it. Nope, that one has bad reviews. Oh, this one has good reviews. It's only $9,300. This is titled Mexico's Building Places. Mexico's building migrant shelters as it braces for Trump deportation.
El campamento que se está montando es exclusivamente para mexicanos que vayan a ser deportados y los extranjeros que sean deportados por esta frontera quedarán sujetos a la autoridad del Instituto Nacional de Migración y ellos posiblemente los lleven a México o a la frontera sur.
Most of the gotaways were Mexican, I think, because the Mexicans weren't allowed to come in under asylum.
Y muy probablemente en estos días estemos viendo llegada de conacionales aquí a la frontera. Sí estamos un poco, ¿cómo pudiéramos decir? Que llegara gran cantidad de personas y no tuviéramos la capacidad de poder ayudarles.
Mexico is about to turn into Gaza. Without the explosion. The hunger. Houthis release cargo ship crew after over a year of captivity. I wonder why they did that. Why'd they do that right before
the crew of the Galaxy Leader cargo ship touched down in Oman on Wednesday after enduring over a year held captive by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi forces. The vessel was intercepted off the Yemeni Red Sea coast in late 2023 in one of more than 100 maritime attacks carried out by the Houthis since November of that year. The 25 crew members, hailing from Bulgaria, Ukraine, the Philippines, Mexico, and Romania, were handed over to Oman in a move to coordinate with the Gaza ceasefire. That's according to reports by the Houthi-owned Al Masirah TV. The crew members appeared visibly relieved, some members exchanging handshakes with officials, and one embracing a Houthi man before boarding an Omani Air Force plane. The Houthis have said their attacks were an act of solidarity with Palestinians amid the conflict in Gaza. They have sunk 2 vessels, seized another, and caused the deaths of at least 4 seafarers, disrupting global trade and forcing ships to reroute via southern Africa. Now, the release marks a rare diplomatic breakthrough in a volatile region. UN Deputy Spokesman Farhan Haq welcomed the development.
In a statement, Hans Grunberg, our special envoy for Yemen, said that this is a step in the right direction. He urged Ansar Allah to continue these positive steps on all fronts, including ending all maritime attacks. These measures are critical in improving the space for mediation, he added, which in the long term will facilitate the resumption of the Yemeni political process that millions of Yemenis have been yearning for.
However, the Houthis say they stand ready to act if Israel violates the Gaza ceasefire agreement.
Reggie Baby. It says Trump administration cancels refugee flights. I can't do something like 34 seconds long. You can just listen to it.
Administration has canceled travel plans for refugees who were already scheduled to resettle in the United States. President Trump paused that program as part of an effort to crack down on migration. The White House says there were questions about how those refugees were vetted.
We know there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We know that a lot of these refugees weren't properly vetted. There are things we need to fix that the last administration broke before we allow the program to continue. So we're on it.
Around 10,000 refugees had already gone through the admission process. The head of Afghan EVAC, which works to resettle Afghans, called the pause alarming. Thank you. The Trump administration has canceled travel plans for refugees who were.
Well, the head of
Actually have impact on which part the files being released. It's going to be a distraction.
That literally represent millions of people. Concerned Women for America,
Yeah,
the Human
it's
Coalition,
live.
Liberty Council Action, Focus on the Family Friend, Eagle Forum, March for Life, National Right to Life, Students for Life Action, Ethics and Religious Liberty, Christian Medical and Dental Association, SBA Pro-Life America, Americans United for Life, Capability Consulting, and others that are gathered around. So we're grateful to be able to have your support and your engagement and what you do on a daily basis to be able to just speak out for those who can't speak for themselves. We're grateful for that. So thank you for your leadership. Let me open this up to questions anyone may have. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. On the campaign trail, President Trump was very insistent that abortion be left up to the states.
Right.
More broadly, what do you see as the pro-life agenda in this government majority that Republicans have in light of that?
So it's very interesting to me. Senator Schumer stepped forward yesterday and said, look, 1 week in, they're already doing abortion laws. I was like, actually, this is not about abortion. This is now about a fully delivered child. So this bill literally is not an abortion. This is a delivery child. What are we going to do in this situation? Obviously, the administration has not spoken out yet what they're going to do, but I do know what the first Trump administration did in HHS to be able to make sure that we are not engaging in promoting abortion. And I know what the Biden administration did, even in my own state. In my state, funds were cut off for AIDS testing and for breast cancer screening for those in poverty in my state because my state would not publish a 1-800 number to tell women in my state where to get an abortion. So they cut off AIDS testing and breast cancer screening into my state. I would hope that they would reverse that and would say, we're not going to try to hurt other people in need because our state won't promote abortion. So we'll see in the days ahead. The Trump administration has not made that clear, but I would expect those two things would be immediate to say we're not going to try to promote abortion as a federal government, but neither are we going to try to use taxpayer dollars to be able to fund it as well. Thanks. Yes, ma'am.
While we've been here, the pro-lifers convicted with the FACE Act, the pardon by President Trump. Could you comment on that?
I can a little bit. I've not seen all the notes on it, but I'm not surprised by that for the president to be able to speak out on it. I actually, as I was walking out on my way over, saw that he was releasing that information about the release of those individuals and to be able to say they shouldn't have been held in that. I'm waiting to see which ones were commuted, which ones were pardoned, and all the process on it to be able to go through. But quite frankly, for people who are just speaking out for the value of every single child, that seems like a reasonable thing to do in America. Yes, ma'am.
Is there another version of this bill that you think would be able to pass?
Well, we'll continue to be able to talk to our Democratic colleagues on exactly that. What was interesting, and there's absolutely no way, so don't ask me. There's no way I'll tell you who. But I had a Democratic senator that called me yesterday and said, this is a really, really, really hard vote. And their statement was because what's in the bill is different than what is on social media on their side. Mm-hmm. Because what's being reported on social media, what's in the bill, is not actually what's in the bill. Mm-hmm. And so they're not fighting the text of the bill. They're fighting on what people are saying the text of the bill is. Mm-hmm. So that's hard to fight at that point. For folks that are so radical and so extreme and so out there, they literally want to make sure that an abortion is completely carried out, even if the child is fully delivered. That's not a spot where most Americans are. It's just not. So we'll continue to be able to work through both articulating what's in the bill, but I'm glad to be able to talk to anyone that wants to be able to say, if we work on this language, to be able to make sure we're actually protecting children in the process. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator. While you've been speaking here, the House passed the Border Life Survivors Act, but the Senate clearly is not going to get the Senate will probably see votes for Democratic support. Right. What are the next steps for abortion ad pro life advocacy here in the Senate?
The next step's currently under process. We're going to have a press conference to talk about it. And we're going to continue to say, we're not going to stop talking about life. There is a push among some to say, this is a settled issue. Dobbs is out there. This is all going to be in states. We don't need to talk about this anymore. I think that actually we need to talk about it more, not less. Because now we're in a national conversation literally around the entire country that every single state and every single community gets to be able to make decisions on this. So let's talk about it more. And I always start with a simple question. There are 3 people that are involved in every abortion: a mom, a dad, and a child. So let's talk about all 3. And then let's ask a very simple question. When is a child a child? I'm not afraid to have that dialogue. And some of my friends that I talk to literally will be pro-abortion. But when I ask them, okay, you're pro-abortion as of when? When does that child become a child? Is it kindergarten? Is it preschool? Is it birth? Is it 10 minutes before birth? Is it 20 weeks before birth? Is it weeks before that? Is it a conception? When is a child a child? And for many people, they've never actually slowed down to be able to ask that question of themselves. What do they believe? They just say things because social media says things. But when people actually get the opportunity to be able to think about it, some people begin to shift and go, well, I've got to figure this out. When do I think a child is a child? And actually do the research. To me, that's a good thing for us to be able to talk about as a nation. This is a generational conversation. I'm keenly aware of that. So let's have it. And let's get that conversation started. Thanks, y'all, very much. Glad to be able to be here. Thank you all for being here very, very much. Thanks, y'all.
All right, you were listening in on the Senate GOP discussing the Born Alive Protection Act. All right, thank you for sticking here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Brianna Isbell. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break, and on the other side, more of today's top stories. Stay with us.
New Haven came together after flyers were littered all across several blocks urging people to call ICE on immigrants.
Our colleague NBC Connecticut's Kyle Jones joins us from East Rock now and has what residents are saying tonight. Kyle?
Hey, Kevin and Amber. So we talked to several people in this neighborhood, and many of them didn't want to go on camera, but they did tell us, all the ones that we spoke to did tell us that they were surprised to see that these flyers, some of them you could still see are littered on the ground, were found in this neighborhood. Some of them say that they had messages of hate, but it's the hope, they say, that brings them some peace right now.
I was devastated.
That was the emotion running through this East Rock neighborhood when word spread of these little flyers littering several streets. The message to illegal immigrants and those helping them get out, shared in multiple languages.
It's threatening. It's threatening our community and the people who live here, and I won't stand for that.
Several people say that the message is offensive to them and to the neighborhood where there are many diverse cultures. Alder Caroline Tonby Smith says that the message had the opposite opposite effect. Groups of people came out together to collect most of the flyers on Wednesday.
Responding to it with love and with welcome and these small actions, I think was really meaningful.
Mayor Justin Elliker said Public Works was also out collecting those flyers and questioned the person or people behind it.
Someone that's that hateful, that spends that kind of time designing, printing up flyers and passing around East Rock, is someone that is not welcome in our city.
Police are investigating to see if there are any possible charges, but Elliker says there is an element of free speech, even though the speech is hateful. Smith says that there's another message residents are sharing with immigrants.
They really wanted any immigrants who live in the neighborhood to know that they're welcome here, and to know that this is not only our neighborhood, but their neighborhood. This is our neighborhood together.
Now, also today, Attorney General William Tong, along with 10 other attorneys general, issued a statement that says that there is a Supreme Court precedent that the Constitution prevents federal government from enforcing local law enforcement to enforce federal law. So he's urging, he's reminding people that that is the position that they are taking, that there is a Supreme Court precedent against using local law enforcement to enforce federal action. And so he did add that it includes immigration enforcement. Live in New Haven, I'm Kyle Jones, NBC Connecticut News. Guys, back to you.
That didn't affect her. Her rent didn't go up or anything, so she wants them to stay as long as they can. Like, they make rents go up, but they make property values go down probably at the same time. So should you care, right?
If I can, I would put it up on the. Let's get some perspectives on this. First, Republican former New York State Senator Michael Balboni joins us. Also served, by the way, as Deputy Secretary of Public Safety under a couple of New York governors. Welcome, Senator. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. You know, can I start, if I can, I would put it up on the tablet, all these executive orders that President Trump has signed. This birthright citizenship issue that Kelly just reported on right here is just one of many. And I wonder, with this judge today, every legal expert that we spoke to about it said this was what they expected, that it wouldn't survive in the courts. But I wonder how much the president cares, because he's got so many of these other issues. Maybe he expected it too. What do you think?
I think that what President Trump is doing is, first of all, this is the platform he ran on. So nobody should be surprised that he's going down this path. He said he would, and he's keeping that promise to the folks that elected him. So you're right. He has a bunch of different tools that he has put in place through executive orders. Some of them are going to be knocked down. But what he's really trying to do is affect change. And the Donald Trump playbook that we have all become so familiar with is that he starts from very extreme positions.
Right.
And then people say, oh, no, there's no way that can happen. And then he begins to make some changes. And eventually he gets to a point where sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But for the most part, he gets to a point where he's kind of...
He gets a bunch of it while some people are worked up about this. It's all that's unconstitutional, and people are fighting and screaming and yelling about, he declared the national emergency. He's sending troops to the border. He's doing other things. It's almost, I don't know if distraction's the right word, but sometimes we get distracted, right?
We sure do. And I think I always look at these situations from three different perspectives. What's strategic, what's operational, and what's tactical. Okay. So he announces everything is strategic. This is the big plan, so they can put this immigration, the assault on and legal immigration into place. But then he gets into very tactical aspects of it, and that's when you saw around the country over 400 folks who were here illegally have now been arrested. And what he has done is he has gone after the worst of the worst. He's picked folks who have committed crimes. And so he hasn't, and are gang affiliated, as opposed to just going in and focusing on families. Because, as you know, that is the most controversial aspect of separating children and families.
The question is, how far does it eventually go, and does it get to that point? And then you do have the controversy, and then you will have a lot more pushback. How far do you think he is going to go, by the way?
So I expect Tom Homan, the border czar, has been very clear that every city, you declare yourself sanctuary city, well, he's going to come in, he's going to use the vast resources of the federal government to try to affect arrests and make changes. Now, there's another order that's out today that talks about the fact that DEA agents, ATF agents, FBI agents, U.S. Marshals are all going to be given the opportunity to, in fact, do immigration law. Now, that has good sides and bad sides too. From a policy, it's a strategic perspective from Washington, D.C. It's great in the sense you have more resources. The actual practical implication, though, from a DEA already stretched by resources and the tremendous fentanyl crisis we still have, the question becomes, are you taking them away from that focus, which is really important to the American public as well?
That is a good, that's a very good point, actually. Now, on sanctuary cities, which you brought up, let's talk about that for a moment. You know, Trump in his interview was talking about that and sort of what, you know, how he might push back if, I guess, if he gets some resistance from certain sanctuary cities, whether it's New York or whether it's in California, Chicago, whatever it may be. Let's play that clip from the president.
Would you cut off their money?
I might have to do that. Sometimes that's the only thing you can do. Look, California is a great example of it. If you actually poll the people, they don't want sanctuary cities, but Gavin Newsom does and these radical left politicians do.
What do you make of that? I guess he's hinting at withdrawing or withholding federal funding for some of these places.
You know, again, this is a strategy that he has employed in his first term, and suddenly looks like he's going to continue using it. Make the worst scenario possible for folks, and come in and say, we're going to come and we're going to actually, if you try to stop us, we're going to investigate you. We're going to issue subpoenas. We're going to use the Justice Department to come after you. We may even stop some of your funding. And now you have sanctuary cities who sit back and say, wow, okay, is there a middle ground? Is there some way we can perhaps come in and ameliorate the situation? The challenge, and I know most about New York City.
Yep.
The challenge with New York City is that the city council, they passed a law back in the 90s, which basically said that law enforcement will not cooperate with ICE officials as it relates to illegal immigration. As a matter of fact, the commissioner of police for New York City sent out a memo yesterday basically reminding people that illegal immigration is a civil offense, not a criminal offense.
Right. So in other words, they haven't changed their position, even though Mayor Adams seems like he may have changed his position on President Trump. Thanks so much for watching. Just go to joinnn.com to find News Nation.
I always see Tom coming in with that ending. Quick draw McGraw. That's it, y'all. That's it for me for the cam for the day. I'll let y'all know if another cat comes and eats something. It's looking pretty haggard though. Nothing's come for hours. I'll keep a track of it though. But thanks for hanging. I do appreciate you. All of you. Every single one. Scissor T, Ted Thomas, Mark Hopper. McGuler, Mike Galler. I don't know how to say it. Wales, Bill, Bill's here, Bill. Wow. Kitty cam out. Where's my button at? Oh my gosh, I got the right button. Shit. Keep breathing.
Another one.
Meow, 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 meow.